and Cubs have traded blows in the first two games. Clutch runs late, making for a series full of great baseball. Today, Steven Strasburg puts his perfect record on the line against Jason Hammel, who has never lost to Washington. Keep your fingers crossed that the finale will maintain the excitement. A sweep would have been great. Didn't work out that way for the Nats last night. In a very close ball game, they've been both well played, well pitched, and we're starting them young now here in D.C., just like they have in Chicago for a lot of years. Maybe a future Net, you never know. Bob and FP, welcome to the rubber game. It's a series where two really good teams kind of gauging each other to see where they're at, and I think it's been toe-to-toe so far.
Yeah, I think it might be a sneak preview to something that may happen in October, and that's when we'll go back and look at this series, maybe even look at the one in Chicago. But it's been fun. These have been great games.
Yeah, well played, extremely well played. Speaking of well played, Steven Strasburg's entire season so far, he's 10-0. Cubs have not seen him in 3 years, 2013. That could mean something today.
Yeah, they haven't seen the Steven Strasburg slider. They haven't seen the more mature Steven Strasburg, if you will. When you go back to his last start against the Phillies, I think it's his career right now in a nutshell. He gave up 4 runs early. A couple years ago, he gives up 4 runs early. It might be 5, 6, 7, or he made a come out of the game. But he fought through it. He kept his ball club in the game. He ended up getting his 10th win of the season. So 2 runs in the second, 2 runs in the third, crickets after that. And it just goes to show you, and shows a lot of pitchers on this ball club, if you stick around, you stay in the game, you might get a decision.
So he's doing historical things right now. Franchise record, 13 straight wins going back to last year. And pretty soon he'll have 30 10-plus strikeout games. By the way, the league only hitting .218 against him. This is a guy the Nats need to get. Jason Hammel, they've never beaten him. 9-0 in 12 starts against the Nats. And Hammel this year with an ERA of 3.16. So it's Worth and the Nats against a tough right-hander. Beat him, win the series. PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. Number 37 standing tall today. Steven Strasburg against the Cubs. Career 3 starts, 2.18 ERA, 0-1. By the time everybody gets out of the Navy Yard Metro Station down Half Street into the ballpark, we'll have a great crowd. Weather's good for now. 58% humidity. It's 80 degrees, and right now the sun's shining. It's kind of hazy, partly cloudy overhead. Here come the Cubs. They've switched things around a bit today, and with Dexter Fowler getting the day off, Ben Zobrist is in that leadoff spot. Addison Russell in this series, 1 for 5, a homer. Couple of walks. He's hit the Nationals well. They give Albert Almora Jr. a start after his game-winning hit last night. But they still got their big guns in there. Hayward, Bryant, Rizzo, 2, 3, and 4. So here's Strasburg making his 14th start.
Yeah, last start he became the first pitcher in the majors to win 10 games. That was on the 10th against Philly. He allowed 4 quick runs and settled in and ended up the 9-6 winner. So he went 7 innings, gave up 4 runs on 5 hits, 10 strikeouts again, 104 pitches. Fastball average 95 miles an hour. He set the defense for Steven. Worth, Revere, Harper the outfield, Espinosa, Rendon, Murphy, Zimmerman, Wilson, Ramos behind the plate. Nats standard lineup.
Daytime baseball and the Chicago Cubs in town. Seems appropriate. Ben Zobrist 1 for 6 with a walk in the series. Rendon even with a bag at third. Strasburg ready. First pitch of the game. Ramos sets up away. And it's right to the outer half with 94. We're underway at 4:06, and 30-year veteran Bob Davidson has the plate. Lance Barrett, Denai Sanya first and second. There's the crew chief, Dale Scott, third base.
I mean, if the records stay the same, and say this game's in September, all the talk around town would be, is this Dusty Baker's game 1 starting lineup? Would Steven Strasburg be your first guy, or would it be Max Scherzer?
Yeah.
I don't know. It just crossed my mind, and I have no filter.
By the way, Strasburg 10-0. Last National League starter to do that, Andy Hawkins with the Padres in '85. He went on to go 18-8 that year.
If that's the biggest problem you have as a manager, who you're going to start in game 1, Steven Strasburg or Max Scherzer?
Yeah, there are 29 other managers who would love to have your problems.
Exactly.
1 and 2 to Zobrist. He hits one to right. Harper going back. It is into the bullpen. And the Cubs take the lead in game 3. And it almost sounds like a home player hit that out. Zobrist, 9th of the year.
Well, there's that guy again. The guy that was almost a national, signed with the Cubs and has been a thorn in this ball club's side in the 7 games they've played this season. Most of the damage done in Chicago, but now he's making his presence felt here in D.C., and that's how this one starts.
Strasburg gives up his 10th homer of the year. The Cubs hit their 76th. Here's Jason Hayward. He goes up hacking. Out to center. Revere racing in, diving, and he can't hold on. Hayward into second base with a double.
Pretty good effort by Ben Revere. And watch how weird this play gets to the end. So great effort by Revere, trying to make up speed, but watch Danny Espinosa hit the deck, and he almost got hurt ducking the throw from Ben Revere. So there's Ben with the feet going every which way. We've seen him do that before. Just couldn't secure the baseball. So 22nd timeout for the Nats. This one's going quick.
Yeah, that ball hit Revere on the arm above his glove, deflected up into his body. So a runner at second, nobody out with a run already in, and now you're dealing with Bryant and Rizzo the next 2. Chris Bryant in this series, a walk, 0 for 6. That was only Hayward's 2nd hit in this series and 10 ABs. Cubs wasting no time here, swinging the bats. That ball's well hit. Foul.
Well, it's a ball club. It just doesn't give you any opportunity to settle in as a starting pitcher. I think that's why if you go back to game 1 of the series, Max Scherzer's throwing 95, 96 right out of the gate. You usually see him build up to that, but he knew what happened last time against the Cubs. He didn't have time to settle in, and right now Steven Strasburg feeling a little bit of that.
Perfect pitch. And Chris Bryant can only walk away. Some paint, and I mean mid-90s paint from Strasburg.
Little run back on this fastball. Watch him get inside of it and go backdoor with the fastball. So it started off the plate, came back, caught the corner. It's all Chris Bryant could do is watch it go by.
Here's Anthony Rizzo against Strasburg. Career 2 for 7. 2 RBIs. Shift is on. Murphy's in right field. Espinosa on the other side of the bag from Jason Hayward to keep him close.
Yeah, no offense to Miguel Montero on deck, but when you have 260 and 14 in the box and 206 and 3 in the on deck circle, it's something I'm sure that they've gone over before this game. Numbers are numbers, and I'm making Miguel Montero beat me every single time with this lineup today.
Yeah, especially with first base open. So we'll see how Steven and Ramos approach this. Runner going. Throw to third. They've got him, it looks like. He's out. Hayward trying to get to third with 1 out. And Wilson Ramos is now 6 for 17 this year, throwing out base stealers.
6 for 17-ish. Joe Madden has his hand up, and we'll see if the tag got Jason Hayward. But a clear throwing lane for Wilson Ramos. And it looked like Anthony Rendon got him right there. Usually don't see a guy try to steal third with a lefty up. But Ramos handled a tough pitch. It looks like the tag was there. Even his foot blocking the bag. They're not going to look at that one. He's out.
2 outs, bases empty suddenly, and 2-1 on Rizzo.
That's a thank you very much for the Nats.
Yeah, Hayward 7 of 10 now, trying to steal.
Yeah, I'm all for aggressive base running. I love when guys push the envelope, but when you have a guy like Steven Strasburg, who's one of the elite right-handers in baseball, and he's still trying to settle in, he'll take that free out.
Yeah, and you have your cleanup hitter in there, and he's batting left-handed. So that's it for the top of the first. As it turns out, the Ben Zobrist homer, the difference. And here come the Nats against Jason Hamill. In the offseason, and he puts the Cubs on top. Now the Nats, 8th in the league in hitting, 5th in runs, tied with St. Louis, 1st in home runs. Bryce Harper, unbelievable on base percentage against the Cubs. 15 walks, hit by a pitch, 4 runs scored in this series. Bryce is 1 for 7 with a pair of walks, and he's 2 for 14 career against the 33-year-old right-hander Jason Hammel. It is time to put this versus Nats thing for him to bed.
A lot of season high, tying 8 hits in 5 2/3 in the Cubs' 5-1 loss against the Braves last start on Friday. Went 5 2/3, gave up 3 runs, 4 strikeouts in a 77 pitch effort. So fastball 92, slider, curve change to complement it. Mostly slider and curve. Slider is best secondary pitch.
On the grass at third, Javier Baez. Even with a bag is Rizzo at first. And speedy Ben Revere takes a strike. Revere 3 hits, 2 RBIs, 2 steals in the series. There's a great stroke to left field. Now he's 4 for 10. And just like that, the tying runs on base. So Ben Revere now over his last 9 games hitting near .390.
There's a lot of offensive categories that you could say Ben Revere is going to improve on, but the one he really needs to improve on the most is that there goes the no-hitter category, because I don't feel like he's been in there a lot this year. So we'll give him this one for sure. That's a beautiful piece of hit, and there goes the no-hitter. Nicely done, Ben Revere. Now let's watch you run around.
Jason Worth next. So Revere now 2 for 5 against Hammel. Jason Worth is 3 for 15 against him with a home run. Along with all the numbers we've talked about, one of the features of the Nationals offense recently has been their answer ability. Give up some runs, they're usually right back at the other ball club. Dusty's team 15 over. Still 5 ahead of the Mets, who lost their ball game at Pittsburgh last night. They walked the blank in New York. At least the Mets did. That was one of the great headlines today. Shut out by young Mr. Tyone, Jamison Tyone, and the Pirates. A lot of ground ball room right side. They give Worth the left center gap. And in this series, Jason on base 3 times. 1 for 5, an RBI, 2 walks. Revere on the move. Breaking ball. Throw is way late, way short. The Nats swiped 3 on Montero the other night, and now he's 1 for 29 this year.
And that's a problem. I mean, that's going to be a problem for the Cubs. Look at Hammel. He's very deliberate. I'm watching Ben Revere wondering not if, but when. Hammel a 1-3 to 1-5 in his times to the plate. And Miguel Montero with a bad throw. There's no other way to put it.
Montero's never been a prolific guy behind the plate, but he's always been solid. In his first 10 years in the big leagues, he caught 25% of his base runners. But I mean, 1 for 29? I know the pitchers have to give you some help on that, but that's an amazing number. There's David Ross. Ross this year is at 33%. In fact, the Nats did not try to run on him last night. Now Rizzo way off the line at first. 1-2 to Worth. Target inside. And he'll bounce it, and that won't be productive. It's in front of Revere, who has to retreat. 1 out. So Hammel executed that pitch off the plate.
The defense for the Cubs behind Jason Hammel. Bryant, Alomar Jr. Almora Jr. I knew I was going to do that. Hayward and right, Russell Baez left side.
That would be news.
Zobrist Rizzo right side. Miguel Montero behind the plate. I've been thinking that in my head, looking at his jersey, the whole series. I mean, Alomar Jr., right? You look at his jersey, you think it, but it's Almora Jr. And he can throw, he can go get him, and the Cubs people say he's the center fielder of the future out there.
He showed a little fire after that base hit last night. Here's Bryce Harper, who's hit safely 7 of his last 9 games. The Cubs walked him twice last night. He scored the tying run in the 8th. Robbed of a hit in left field by Bryant. His other was a sharp grounder to first. Harper and Murphy, between them, had about 5 hard hit balls last night. Nothing to show for him. "29 walks in 25 games. Career against the Cubs. He's 2 for 14 career against Hamill with a home run and 2 RBIs. Right side. Medium roller. Zobrist. 2 outs. Game notes here in the bottom of the first inning. Strasburg, 4.7 strikeout to walk ratio. Look at that, the best in baseball for guys who pitch at least 800 innings since the turn of the previous century. Daniel Murphy stepping in now, 6 for 11 with a walk against Hamill. And the Cubs starting pitching continues to be stingy. Came into this series, their starters, with a 2.30 ERA. John Lackey didn't figure in the decision last night. And it's up to Murphy to tie the game with 2 outs. Lackey had a leadoff walk in the 4th that scored. Or rather, Gio did. Sammy Solis a leadoff walk in the 9th that scored. And Lackey had one in the 8th inning before he left. So there were some damaging bases on balls in that tight ball game last night.
Murph hit the ball on the nose 3 times last night. Nothing to show.
Yeah, he is a hard luck 1 for 8 in this series. Target in on 0-2. It's off the glove of Montero, and the game is tied. A gift for the Nats. I know it was a high pitch, but was it uncatchable?
Well, Jason Hamill's 6'6", and you're wondering if with the high release point and the high pitch that Miguel Montero lost that, and maybe it was above the batter's eye. If you look at above where the cameras are, there's a big green spot, but then there's fans and posters back there. I'm saying with the height of the pitcher that he lost that.
Wild pitch. Right in and out of the webbing. So Ben Revere manufacturing a run here. Murphy a swing and a tip, and he stays alive.
So he's 6'6", where his release point is. I wonder if it was above that green above the cameras and he lost that. I mean, you can't see it from that angle because the RoboCam on the backstop is up high, but if you're in a squat and you're looking up towards 6'6", and he releases it high, I guarantee you if you asked him, he didn't see that pitch at all.
2-2 to Murphy. Now the count goes full. And Murphy to center. That ball's well hit. Almora going back. It's over his head. Short hops the 402 mark. And for Daniel Murphy, his 32nd extra base hit of the year. He takes that one straight away for double number 18.
You know, if you have an 0 for 4 as a hitter and it's weak contact, you go home, you flip-flop, you don't sleep. But for Daniel Murphy, coming back after an 0 for 4, still hitting .361, still leading all of baseball, and as we said, he hit 3 balls right on the nose last night. You sleep easy on those nights. You know, he did all you could do as a hitter. He just didn't have one fall. So quickly 1 for 1 with a double. That's a tough guy to hit it over his head. Almora Jr. can run.
380 at home now for Murphy, the best of any hitter in the National League in his own ballpark. Front door breaking ball for a strike. Ryan Zimmerman, good numbers against Hamill. 1 for 8 this series, 12 for 38 career, a batting mark of .316 against a tough right-hander. Murphy, 88th hit of the year. It's the Nats' 66th game. So he'll have to throw at least 20 pitches in the first inning. Zimmerman strikes out on an 0-2 breaking ball that ended up outside. Revere manufactures one. Murphy a double. 1-1 early.
Advantage today is the guy on the mound, Steven Strasburg. Check out the difference between his home and road records throughout the course of his career.
Yeah, kind of interesting. Identical numbers of wins. So Strasburg, 14 pitches, 11 strikes in the first inning. He'll face Montero, Almora, and Baez.
So those numbers pretty even when you look at them, and I would say if it weren't for Turner Field in Atlanta, they'd be identical. There was a time when he didn't pitch well there. He's kind of put that thing to bed. But
and this year, Stevens kind of put the reverse on it. His ERA on the road is better this year. 2.11 at home, 3.78. Here's Montero, 2 for 12 career against Steven. Fastball up. Montero in this series 0 for 2. 3-0. There's young Mr. Almora, the center fielder. 4 for his first 12 as a big leaguer. And that's on the inside edge. Cubs out of 15 teams, the 10th worst, actually the 6th worst defensive team. And Montero, he's always been able to hit. It's a great stroke to the other side, and the Cubs have 3 hits in their first 5 batters. But there are things that happen in the first inning that don't show up in a defensive box score that hurt them.
Nice piece of hitting. 3-2 pitch, just goes with the fastball, beats the shift.
Leadoff man on again, and here goes Strasburg off the stretch to take on Albert Almora Jr. As we mentioned last night, a Mater Academy charter school in Hialeah Gardens down in Gio's neighborhood, Miami area. First rounder, 6th player taken in the 2012 draft. He was hitting .318 at Iowa with 3 home runs when they called him up last week. Puts a charge into that one, high in the air to center. Revere turns and faces the infield to grab it. Montero going for second. That's a long throw, and it's a good throw. It's a double play. 8-6 with Espinosa scrambling to make the tag.
I'll tell you what, we noted last year that Ben Revere's arm had gotten better in Philadelphia. It's something he worked really hard on it with Juan Samuel, where he was playing long toss, working on getting over the top. So Miguel Montero, this is a heads-up play. He sees Ben Revere cruising and back behind the baseball 400 feet away. So regardless of your speed, you're thinking based on Revere's arm in the past and how far this ball's away, you're going to make it easy. But look at Ben get behind that ball. Let it rip. Good pick by Danny Espinosa. Stuck right in that palm of his glove. Nice tag. Nicely done by both parties.
Base is empty, 2 outs. And the Cubs have had some adventures on the bases today.
But that's a play if I'm Joe Madden I have no problem with.
Right. Took a perfect throw and quite a pick by Danny. It's 1-1 to Baez.
I honestly think Montero makes it more times than not if he does that every single time. Probably make it more than half the time at least. It's a good gamble. Just didn't work out. Nice play by Revere.
Three and 1 to Javier Baez, hitting .262.
Steven's friends are buying him time to settle into this game. And the one thing I forgot to mention is way to be heads up and know that that's a possibility. How many times have you seen a guy just cruise to it, Cadillac it, and go, oh, he's tagging? Revere was ready for that.
Swing and a miss on a big curveball. Strasburg, 3rd strikeout. He got an outfield to infield double play. 1-1 ball game.
improved this year is swing and miss rate. Their swing and miss rate this year is just 21.9%. That's second best in the entire National League, as Anthony Rendon provides the second microphone. This comes after the Nationals ranked third worst in the NL in swing and miss percentage just last year, and some of that's probably due to new personnel, Ben Revere and Daniel Murphy, known as high contact guys. But Dusty Baker also noted the ability to foul off pitches can be huge when it comes to keeping the whiff rate down. We've seen a number of times this year where Murphy, Harper, Worth, and other guys have spoiled tough pitches, extending at bats, and eventually guys putting the ball in play.
And Dan, I would add Wilson Ramos onto that list. He's only striking out about once every 7.5 times at the plate, and he's getting base hits. So that's Dan with our Coons.com sideline report. Over 2 million vehicles sold and counting, and the Buffalo has done it again.
Ben Revere is a guy that doesn't miss pitches. Ramos is seeing the ball. He doesn't miss. You take Ian Desmond swinging and missing a lot, which he did out of there. Now you have that percentage.
So the Nats
going right back up the middle. Nicely done.
3 for their first 6 against Hamill here. Anthony Rendon is next. So after trying to become part of the Coons.com sideline report, we'll see if Rendon could add anything to what Dan said. 2 for 7 in the series with an RBI. 2 career hits against Hamill. By the way, with that hit, Ramos 4 for 10 against the right-hander. He goes up hacking, and that's outside the bag foul. I thought maybe the most interesting team on that list, 22.5%, Colorado. Making contact, and they become twice as dangerous when they're in their own ballpark doing that. Short lead by Ramos. Rendon takes one to the outside edge.
His sac fly in the bottom of the 8th last night was clutch. I think it's the first at bat I've watched this year where I've been nervous for the guy in the box. It was that intense. Pedro Strop was throwing nasty sliders, fastball 95 that was running all over the place. Probably wasn't a comfortable at bat by any means.
2 good ABs in a row. Zimmerman had just singled to right, and then Rendon hit his ball to right. What he was thinking on that 0-2 swing. Rendon hitting .315 now over his last 31 games. And a good scramble to his right by Montero. Hamill, it's interesting about him. He's been around for a while, 33 years of age. His career record is under 500 at 76 and 79.
He's 67 and 79 against everybody else.
You're right. 10 and 7 last year. Rendon fights one off. It's going to carry though to Jason Hayward. Espinosa coming up next. Let's talk some more offense. Since the end of May, which is just over 2 weeks ago now, look at the runs in that time. The batting average, the homers, it's all coming together. Slugging and the extra base hits, thanks to Murphy leading the way, have really piled up. Nats have raised their team batting average about 9 points in the last month or so. Yeah, on May 29th, they were hitting .242 going into the final game of a 4-game series against St. Louis. That day, they would club out 12 hits and scored 10 runs, and things really took off from there. Well done, Rick Shue and his students. Espinosa right in the middle of it.
You're not going to take credit for that ever. He just works hard.
I know.
But I think it's cool when you show a hitting coach when the team's going well, because usually the only time you hear about a hitting coach is when they're scuffling.
No kidding. And Jock Jones, a very good big league hitter in his time, at his side. One of my favorite things is just being down at the cage before the game and just hearing what Rick and Jock might be saying to whoever's in the cage about certain swings and certain contact they just made.
Yeah, they say stuff like, that was brutal. You should probably take 2 weeks off, then quit. What are you thinking about with that? I mean, they're real negative.
He said tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, they're so positive. They're always pumping guys up.
So that 2-0 pitch way out in front of Montero, who's been busy here.
I would say more than half of their job is counseling and just keeping guys positive and keeping guys thinking the right way and keeping them off the ledge.
Yeah.
You know, the mechanics and all that stuff, they're great at. But the other stuff is what separates the good hitting coaches, in my opinion.
3-0 pitch. High strike. Danny was ready to head to first.
He tried to buy that call. Did you see him duck at the end? Probably a good pitch, but he's trying to buy ball 4. Watch him get low at the end. If you're taking, why not?
Yeah. Still under the hood, that pitch on the Mercedes-Benz pitch track. Big gap in right center for Danny, who's 10 for his last 21. 3 for 10 career against Hamill. Inside edge. Strasburg on deck here, bottom of the second. And Espinosa strikes out after it was 3-0. 2 Ks for Hamill. Steven Strasburg 5 for 32 this year. Co-staff leader in hits with Joe Ross and Max Scherzer. Gio has 3 hits. And a bouncer right over the mound, and from in front of the bag, Russell throws out the Nats pitcher. So a Ramos leadoff single. He's stranded. Nats have left 2 in a 1-1 game. Addison Russell, Jason Hamill, Ben Zobrist, Happy birthday with the second best record to Dusty in the major leagues at 40-25.
So total game 65. Dusty Baker 67 today, and the youngest 67-year-old I've ever met. Happy birthday, Bake.
Yes, sir. Born in Riverside, California. What a man.
I think we all hope we can look half as good as Dusty when we're 67.
Some of us will find out sooner than others.
Hey, it's better than the alternative.
Yeah, Dusty's one of those guys happy when he wakes up on the right side of the dirt, as we all are. So top of the third, Addison Russell, home run against Max Scherzer 2 nights ago. 1 for 5, 2 walks in the series. Strasburg, 29th pitch, 19th strike.
Knowing Dusty like I think I do, he's probably running around the clubhouse this morning or this afternoon saying, I only want one present, let's go.
Yeah. Boy, this would be a nice one, gift wrap, wouldn't it?
Getaway day, long trip to San Diego after the ball game. 2 out of 3 from the Cubs, absolutely.
Well, the number 8 man gets aboard, gives his pitcher a chance to move him, as Addison Russell really does a nice job of going the other way.
He joined the Nationals on Tuesday, June 28th. It's U.S. Army Day at the ballpark. 7:05 start against the Mets. That's delivered by UPS. Visit nationals.com/tickets to purchase your ticket today. Honoring soldiers, civilians, veterans, and families of the United States Army.
Yeah, they're one day into their 142nd year. 242nd year. So here's Hamill. He can hack.
What's 100 years?
You know, well, 100 years is a lot if you're a Cub fan. And I used to work for another team that had a fierce rivalry with these guys. And every time they came to town, this guy named Marty Prather showed up with a sign that said, anybody can have a bad century.
Turning that whole thing around.
Yeah, they're not going to have a bad go of it here for the next 5 to 10 years. Hamill showing bunt in the pitch, curving outside, 1-1. So on the year, he has a couple of sacrifice punts. He's 7 for 28 and a 145 career hitter.
10 Cubs position players with 100 plate appearances. 6 are 26 or younger.
Mm-hmm.
The last team to play in a World Series with 6 players, 26 and under, who got 300 plate appearances was the 1988 Oakland A's. The last team to win a World Series with the same thing, the 1969 Mets.
Well, they shocked the baseball world.
Via an article that Jason Stark wrote about how young these guys are and how well they're playing. The last team to win 105 games with that same stat, and they're on pace to do that. I think was the 43 Cardinals. Hold on, I put my stat.
Yeah, you're right. You dropped that on me yesterday.
In 1943 St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah. Stan Musial's second full year in the big leagues. And the ball bunted straight down and then back, and the count's 2-2. You know, then you got some old hands like Zobrist. He's 35 now. You wouldn't know it the way he plays. David Ross, great leadership. He's 39. Montero is 32. So they've got that good mix. Fowler is 30. Two-two pitch and popped out of play.
I mean, yeah, they're having a historic regular season. Their run differential is ridiculous. Their record, ridiculous. But, man, when you get into October in a 5-game series, it's a crapshoot. I don't care how good you are. It's a crapshoot. There's so much luck involved in a 5-game series.
And maybe the experience of actually winning one of those series last October will help them before they ran into Murphy and the Mets. 2-2. And the count goes full. Runner is holding, and Hamill hacks one to left, and it stays up for Jason Worth. You can't say it hung up for Jason Worth because that was a bullet, and he moved to his left, and that thing had some heat on it.
103-mile-an-hour heat.
Wow.
Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one this afternoon, look forward to Miller Time later in today's game. That is brought to you by Miller Lite. Great crowds this whole series.
Yes, sir. Biggest crowd of the year here last night. Hey, by the way, I mean, a hit by a Cubs pitcher was the difference in the ball game last night. With 2 outs and nobody on in the 3rd inning. Lackey got a base hit. Boom, boom. 2 more hits. They scored 2. Top of the order, Ben Zobrist homer into the Nats bullpen. First time up. That buys him a first pitch curveball for a strike. Zobrist was originally undrafted out of high school in Eureka, Illinois. Went to a small school called Olivet Nazarene in his home state. Then he went to Dallas Baptist, and that's a rising baseball program. They played Division I baseball down there, and a former batting champion, Freddie Sanchez, came out of that school.
They in Omaha right now?
I don't know if they made it that far, but for a small school, they do damage. And then he was drafted by the Astros in the 6th round in 04. There's a lot of good teams not at Omaha.
Really?
Yeah. Two one. Good runner, contact hitter. See if Joe Madden has anything in mind here with 1 out. Runner is holding, and Zobrist taking it up and away. 3-1. So Stevens had some long counts in this inning.
Trying to lock in that heater. Been elevated at times and hasn't had the command that we've gotten spoiled with all year with him.
Missed away. So 2 on, 1 out. Mike Mannix trotting to the mound with Jason Hayward coming up.
Probably see a little something out of the stretch where he's rushing and losing that arm slot, the release point. And you think about it, Steven Strasburg has a good one here today against the Cubs, and he's got a 4-day vacation at home. 4+, get in tonight, 4 days in San Diego, then get after it again in Los Angeles. So this is a big game for him.
We think against Kershaw Monday.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, probably different for certain guys. Maybe some enjoy going home and not having to pitch in that series. Others want to show everybody what they can do. But your turn either comes up or it doesn't. It's not your choice. And Steven will enjoy a weekend with family and friends and be thinking about Dodger Stadium on Monday.
Padres people probably not real excited that he's missing a start there.
That'd be a couple, several thousand extra tickets. Tanner tomorrow. Joe Ross on Friday. It'll be a Scherzer Saturday. And then Gio against the Padres Sunday. 4-game series.
Try to get him back out front on time with a first pitch slider. Slow him down a little bit. I like it.
Long look at the runner. Then Hayward bounces it, and Zimmerman didn't get it before it went foul. Lance Barrett deferred to the home plate umpire, Bob Davidson, there. They say it's the home plate umpire's call until it gets to the bag.
Yeah, but did you see Lance Barrett? He had his right arm kind of ready to fire a fair call in there, and he looked at Bob Davidson, who said foul, and then he kind of went, that's a balk on me. If you can see him at the top of the screen, watch him. He's ready to call this fair. He's so ready to call it fair. Watch his right arm.
Maybe
foul. Not. Yeah, I was going to call it foul all the way.
Yeah. I know that's the way it is. I've often misunderstood that because the first base umpire is a lot closer to that play than the home plate umpire is. But that's the way they handle it. No balls, 2 strikes, with 1 out and 2 runners aboard here. Tie game, top of the 3rd. And that time Hayward reaching. There's a tag, there's a throw, and there's a double play.
Boy, the Cubs are giving the Nats some gifts on the bases today.
Ben Zobrist running right into the tag by Daniel Murphy on a 4-3. A clap or 2 there. I don't know if it's going to happen in this series, but if the Nats score 7 or more and win, you get 50% off regular menu price online orders at papajohns.com. Enter promo code NATS50, and that's valid at participating DMV Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Washington Nationals. Against these 2 pitching staffs, one ball club will have to have a great day to score 7. Here's Revere, and Ben's having a good series. 4 for 10, 2 batted in, 3 steals now with another swipe today. Bunts that one in the air. It actually goes over the screen. And Ben scored a run, so that's now 7 runs in his last 9 games. And probably a pitch that he needed to lay off of. That was a ground ball to the right side waiting to happen. 5 o'clock, it's crowded on 395, and we're nice and relaxed. A mile and a half away, watching them crawl by here at the ballpark. Revere left side having to fight one off. and playing shallow Javier Baez for the first out.
There's Jason. There's his dog. You can see them both in a little figurine on June 27. That's Mets 7:05 start. Magnus. He better be at the game, by the way. I think I'll have to talk to Jason to bring his dog. For tickets, visit nationals.com. And maybe we can get him to pose like that before the game and get a picture.
Not at all surprised by that nickname. Pretty sure it wasn't Tiny. Here's Worth.
Yeah, I just can't see Jason with a teacup Yorkie.
I think you just nailed your first one of the year right there. So is that like as opposed to a cereal bowl Yorkie
dogs.
or what?
I love Yorkies. I used to have one. I'm just saying it just doesn't fit Jason Worth.
No. Go large or don't go at all. 0-2 from Hamill. The thing you fear now is that he's starting to warm things up. It's going to be a fly ball to move Hayward back a bit. So that's 5 in a row for Hamill, and with Bryce Harper coming in, here's Dan.
Bob, coming into this series, we said we weren't sure how Bryce Harper was going to get attacked by the Cubs after they pitched around him pretty much exclusively in Chicago. Bryce admitted he wasn't sure as well. Well, in that series in Chicago, Bryce saw strikes on 31% of the pitches the Cubs threw at him. This series, it's been 56% strikes. So a lot of walks, a lot of intentional walks for Bryce in Wrigley Field. Joe Maddon and the Cubs attacking Bryce a lot more over these 3 days.
It's based on how you're going as a hitter.
Absolutely. Yeah, if he was anywhere near as hot as he was then, they'd have been taking their chances with Murphy and Zimmerman.
The way I see it, he's setting a big trap.
Good numbers, Dan. Things can change a lot in 5 weeks, can't they? 0-2 as Bryce went fishing out of the zone, it appeared, upstairs. Bouncing ball to second base first time. So in this series, he has walked twice, but he's 1 for 8. Off the end of the bat, into left for Bryant. The Nats 1-2-3 hitters go quietly in the bottom of the third. To the middle of the ball game now. 1-4-0 Cubs, 1-3-0 Nats. Is brought to you by the RAV4 Hybrid, all-wheel drive and unexpected performance. Visit buyatoyota.com and wear your jersey today, the one on the left. Well, here's your matchup, Strasburg against Bryant.
I get it.
Brilliant producing.
Cubs left fielder is the leader at third base in the All-Star balloting.
Over Nolan Arenado, huh?
I mean, he's having a good year. Their whole infield is leading the All-Star ballot, and the update came today. Their whole infield and Dexter Fowler.
Strasburg, first 3 innings, 47 pitches, 28 strikes. Bryant caught looking first time. Rookie of the year and an All-Star last year when he hit .275 with 99 RBIs. 26 homers his first time around. 7 games at AAA, and then here he came to the big leagues. That gets him. Strasburg with a changeup that chased Bryant. And he's at first, nobody out.
And he got him in that tricep protector, elbow guard, whatever you want to call it. It's going to be one of those days where Steven Strasburg has to battle and fight.
Yeah.
It's not one of the easy days where it's just coming out, going wherever you want it, any pitch, any count. You're going to have to battle.
So Bryant hit for the 6th time this year. Rizzo's been hit 9 times, as has Dexter Fowler. So I think you commented on this earlier in the series. The Cubs have some guys who crowd the plate. They'll dare you to throw it in there. And if you throw it away, they can get to it. Modified shift on. Rendon's at short. Espinosa and Murphy to the right side. Murph on the infield because of a runner aboard. In the dirt, blocked by Wilson Ramos. Ball 1.
Yeah, Rizzo's leading Brandon Belt and Paul Goldschmidt.
Nothing wrong with that.
Guy on first is leading Arenado and Matt Carpenter. Ben Zobrist just ahead of Daniel Murphy, so vote for Murph, Nats fans. And Addison Russell ahead of Trevor Story at short.
That's a foul tip. Arenado's numbers outstanding. 19 homers, 54 batted in. 3rd highest RBI total in baseball behind Edwin Encarnacion of Toronto.
Well, Trevor Story has 17 home runs.
Yeah, rookie, yeah. I don't care if he hit them all, half of them in the first 3 weeks. He's still having a great year.
Molina, Posey, and Ramos, the catchers. 1, 2, 3.
Well, the fact that Wilson is right behind those guys, and maybe not in the vote total right behind him, but he's in the conversation, that's a good sign.
The other good sign I mentioned before is Terry Collins is the All-Star manager, and he sees Wilson Ramos a lot. Wilson's played well against the Mets throughout his career. Not so much this year. I looked at the numbers earlier, but you have a West Coast All-Star manager. Sometimes they don't even know who to pick from your team because they've only seen you 3 times before the All-Star game, if that.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Rizzo here. His hitting streak, 10 games, came to an end last night. And a swing and a miss. Strasburg goes change up away. Elevated a bit, and Anthony Rizzo couldn't get to it. Strikeout number 4.
Pretty good fade on the changeup, though. Watch this thing hang a right.
Wow.
So maybe the movement more than anything. You know, Rizzo shortened up. He's choked up trying to punch it to left, but that thing just changed lanes.
It almost popped out of Ramos's mitt. It had so much movement on it. Here's Miguel Montero. Line drive, great stroke the other way, first time up. For a base hit, leading off the second. Montero, a 2-time All-Star, 2011, when he hit .282 in Arizona. And then his last year with the D-backs when he drove in 72 runs, 2014. In Montero's defense a bit this year, he did go on the DL late April with tightness in his lower back, and that cannot at all be a good thing for any player, much less a catcher. He came back, and they continue to carry 3 catchers with David Ross and Tim Fedorovich. Strasburg has him 0-2. The Nats have turned 2 double plays in rather unconventional form already today. Swing and a miss. And Ryan Zimmerman had to keep that ball from going down the right field line.
Great pick. Wow, great pick.
2 outs. Bryant still at first. Albert Almora Jr. coming up.
I was talking to Ryan about play first yesterday, and he said he wants to get really good with the glove at the pick so that his defense has confidence in him. Going back to when he played third base, he said whenever I had a first baseman over there that could pick it, it gave me confidence. So he's really been good this year, I think, even better than he was last year at picking throws from infielders. And now Wilson Ramos won't hesitate to whip one down there because he just blocked that on a nasty short hop.
That ball gets away. Bryant could be standing on third. So here's Strasburg against Almora. Hit a deep fly ball to center first time, and Ben Revere, with great awareness and then a great throw, turned it into an 8-6 double play with Montero trying to advance. Fourteen pitches first inning, 14 again in the second, and then a 19 pitch third inning with a walk and a hit. Bryant, a medium lead over there. Time given. By the way, the Mets play tonight. Syndergaard for New York. Pirates throwing Jeff Locke in that game. So the Nats got a little help from the Buccos last night, continue their 5-game lead.
Steven Strasburg, real deliberate right now. Why? He's still trying to get that Strasburg rhythm we always talk about. Once he gets settled into a game, he gets in a groove. He's still trying to find it. That's why he's slowing things down.
1-2 with 2 outs. Ramos just picking him back there like it's nothing.
Well, you know what? Funny you say that. Yesterday was his day off. Jose Lobaton catches Gio Gonzalez. You come out here at 3 o'clock. Guess what he was doing? Working on blocking balls. So a guy that plays every day, except for when Gio pitches, so pretty much every day, on a hot afternoon was out here blocking baseballs, and you see the result today. He's blocked a number of Strasburg pitches.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. So in this inning, Strasburg got that changeup going. He hit Bryant, and then 3 strikeouts in a row. Bottom of the 4th, Murphy, Zimmerman, Ramos. It's always suspicious when someone's missing. Where's number 1? He got him to try to balance on one leg and then blew him away. General Washington outsmarts the opposition once more.
I want some.
Boys' day out.
Sure.
Good luck. Murphy, first pitch swinging, bottom of the 4th. He skied a double over the head of the center fielder Almora first time up. It short hopped at the 4:02 mark. Revere had just scored on a wild pitch. And Murphy left field this way, or this time, and there's Bryant. 1 out, 4th inning. Zimmerman and Ramos the next 2. Calling all Hokies and Wahoos Wednesday the 29th, second annual college rivalry day. So purchase a special ticket, enjoy pregame activities, and you'll take home a reusable Nats acrylic cup in your school colors. Nats Mets that night. Visit nationals.com/college rivalry day for tickets. This is a wahoo-wah swing right there. Ryan Zimmerman struck out swinging first time. Hamill got ahead of him 0-2 and then dropped a nasty slider on him down and away. Working him over with that pitch again. Hamill's retired 7 straight since the Ramos base hit in the 2nd. Zimmerman goes out and gets it. And I guess the pattern shows fly balls toward the gap for the center fielder. Almora didn't have to go too far to grab it. Good swing, 2 outs. Our next 5, 4 of them in San Diego. So 10 o'clock tomorrow, 10:30 Friday, back to 10, then 4:30, and then Dodger Stadium for what is expected to be a Strasburg-Kershaw matchup. Johnny and Ray doing it for you in the studio before and after every game as we embark on a long trip. The Nats have not played the West yet. Anybody from out there. Then you saw the real bird, Tanner Roark, who goes tomorrow.
Do we get to wear our masks and tank tops when it's 100? Triple digits.
I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, by the way, Byron Kerr's going to be joining us. Johnny's going to get some well-deserved late nights off while we're on the coast. I mean, the guy's got to take a day off a couple times a year. Ramos, another hot shot. First one went up the middle. This one to Russell. And now 9 in a row for Jason Hamill. To the 5th inning. Quite a battle here. Again, Cubs Nats.
into the top of the 5th inning. It's time for some key in the driver's seat. We're going to show you some Nats defense in this one. How about the Buffalo? You don't run on a Buffalo. That's just silly. It's plain silly. How about this one? You don't run on Ben Revere. That's even sillier. Good pick by Dan Espinoza. Good tag. And then how about this play by Daniel Murphy? Ben Zobrist running right into an out. Thank you very much. 4-3 double play. So you don't get to 10-0 by yourself. Sometimes you need a little help from your friends, and Steven Strasburg has gotten just that all year long, but especially today.
By the best defensive team in baseball. All year long it's been #1 for the Nats. So some days for Strasburg this year it's been run support. Today against a tough opponent, Nats haven't been able to muster much, but they're catching the ball, throwing it to the right places, and playing that hallmark great 2016 defense. Strasburg struck out Javier Baez first time. Wow. Hitter couldn't reach it, and the catcher barely could. Strike 2. Nissan will track it.
It's a slider. Scoreboard said curveball. That's a slider from Strasburg at 83. I know his sliders usually, well, maybe it was just a hard curveball, but it didn't have that big tilt to it, that big loop.
Here's a changeup. Two and two on a fastball upstairs. 7-8-9 for the Cubs here. They are heading home. And this one popped into short center. Murphy initially thought it might be going farther, then he was able to pull up and stop. Consecutive wins to start the season in the National League. And as I mentioned earlier, Andy Hawkins with the '85 Padres. That was the year after they went to the World Series, by the way. He went 18-8 that year. And then some great names like Burley, Grimes, and Preacher Rowe of the Brooklyn Dodgers. The great giant Juan Marichal in '66. And there's Steven Strasburg. So Hawkins the only one with 11. This one touched off the center, and a line drive right at Ben Revere.
You know, Carp, we talk about the ball carrying for home runs a lot, but the line drives aren't dropping today. It's a warm day at Nats Park, and everything's just staying in the air forever, going right to every outfielder. So hits, unless they're low line drives or hard ground balls, are hard to come by in the outfield today. You saw Ryan Zimmerman reach out and touch one just like this. There's been a few of these today. I think Jason Hamill hit one to Jason Worth and left. Yeah, there's not a lot of room for hits here because the ball's carrying.
Yeah. Cubs are going home to play the Pirates, and they'll throw Arrieta and Lester the next 2 days. Ben Zobrist, home run and a walk so far. Not a perfect day because of the base running. Pardon me, Hamill with Zobrist on deck. And that's a breaking ball, low and away, no balls, 2 strikes. Hamill hit one of the days, as FP said, hardest line drives on that screamer to Worth 2 innings ago. Don't want to let this guy on with 2 outs. That's a pretty healthy hack. Look at this guy, 13 pitches and 2 ABs. And now he has a base hit. Right over the mound, right over the bag. Jason Hamill is 8 for 30 this year.
7 RBI. So gets a 3-2 fastball. Check out the big leg kick right back up the middle. Another good at-bat by a Cubs pitcher.
Strike one to Zobrist. Home run in the first, a walk in the third. And a ball launched foul to right. That's well up the mezzanine.
I mean, the ball is flying here today. Absolutely flying. I mean, he was fooled on that. It was a slider. He just dropped his hands and dropped the barrel, and it was upper deck foul.
Zobrist splits this year through 305 right-handed, 325 left-handed. He's now hit 7 of his 9 homers from the left side.
And also on a 4 o'clock start, a hitter's best friend, clouds.
Yeah. This could have been nasty today for anybody hitting.
With shadows.
Swing and a miss. No changeup that time to a left-handed batter. That was 96. So the Cubs get a base hit from their pitcher. They've stranded 2. Halfway through, it's 1-1.
Park. We've talked about the power run that Danny Espinosa has been on lately. 8 home runs in his last 17 games now. But Dusty Baker said the other day that the biggest thing that he's seen from Espinosa offensively came in Sunday's game, and it was a hit that didn't leave the ballpark. It was when Espinosa had that 2-strike single in the 9th inning. Dusty loved the approach there from Danny. He cut down on his swing. He served the ball to the opposite field, and that's something that Dusty and Rick Shue have been preaching to Danny. Dusty noted that when you're working on something and you see results, it's easier to keep going with that approach. So the Nats would love to see more of that from Espinosa, especially with 2 strikes. Cut down on the swing, use the entire field. It worked perfectly in that 9th inning at bat against Philadelphia, guys.
Yeah, then the next day, 6th inning, RBI single. Going the other way. Part of that 3-run 6th inning that won game 1 of this series for the Nats. Rendon out to left and the ball hanging up for Chris Bryant. 10 straight for Hamill. And Dan with our Coons.com sideline report, over 2 million vehicles sold and counting.
Yeah, if you could just collect some hits between the home runs, then you'll see the average go from the 220s up into the 250, 60, 70.
You know, and this goes back to our conversation about things you hear around the batting cage during BP. I love listening to the coaches, what they say after the ball goes to certain locations. Guy hits one out of the ballpark in BP, they probably don't say much. But if they see that line drive over the second baseman's head by a right-hander, or Danny or somebody slicing one for a hit to the left, that's when you hear the chatter around the cage from Rick Shue and Jock Jones.
It's because your hands are in the right slot, you're doing everything right, you're not getting too big. And I thought that was coming to us. I thought we got our first foul ball there for a second.
8 homers in a 15-game span over the last decade. Only 3 others have done it. J.J. Hardy playing in a bandbox in Baltimore, Milwaukee before that, and then Tulo and Story in the launching pad called Coors Field. Yeah, that was the first time in, 9 years in this ballpark I've even moved for a foul ball. They didn't make it. Baez puts that one away. And now Steven Strasburg trying not to become the 12th consecutive batter retired by Jason Hamill. Steven, bouncing ball to short first time up. 1 run, 5 hits for him through 5. And now Hamill nearly through 5, 1 run on 3 hits.
$11 in a row for a guy that couldn't even make his high school varsity team until his senior year.
Jason Hamill. Wow. That's a dirty dozen. We're into the 6th. Hayward, Bryant, Rizzo, and a big inning coming up for Steven Strasburg. To the 6th inning. Strasburg has retired 6 of his last 7. Here's the Cubs box score. Ben Zobrist, the leadoff homer, their run for the day. Double by Hayward after that. He was caught stealing at third. Montero a leadoff single in the 2nd. Russell the same in the 3rd. So they haven't had a hit since the 3rd inning. The Nationals haven't had one since the 2nd. Now the sun comes out in time for the grandstand on the left side shadows to start. What was the word you used the other day? Oozing?
Yeah, they're oozing.
They're oozing?
Somebody said that on Twitter.
I said creeping. They said oozing.
I'm not smart enough.
Either one sounds really bad for a hitter. Hayward double and a ground ball double play. That's fair. Ramos calmly picks it up, spins, and throws him out.
He got a cannon, doesn't he? Wow.
And I know we said this a couple of weeks ago. We probably don't talk about Wilson's defense enough. You've made the point that in the past he's been a glove blocker, you know, using the mitt, and now working on getting the body moving around a little bit more.
He throws well. I mean, his resume is unbelievable. He's got 3 no-hitters, a 20 strikeout game, a 6. No, that was Lobaton, the 16 strikeout game in Milwaukee. But I mean, he's building some sort of resume for a catcher. When you think of Wilson, you think of his offense. But he's got a great arm. He throws guys out. But he's building quite a resume for big games that he's caught.
Strasburg dealing.
Starting to feel that rhythm a little bit, getting there.
Not to be forgotten, he handled Tanner Roark's 15 strikeout game on April 23rd. And a ball high in the air right field. Bryce Harper. Foul ball when he catches it. So Hayward and Bryant have gone quickly, and now it's Strasburg against Rizzo. And when you have insight, you know how to handle your finances with confidence. Brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. It's Matt Skoll. We've seen him at spring training a couple of years. Never at the big league level yet. But some power, a lot of RBIs. 5th rounder out of Georgia Tech, a great baseball school, in 2011. First pitch, little liner. Danny Espinosa, and Strasburg in very quick fashion gets his first 1-2-3 inning of the day. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Let's go around the big leagues, where our friend Jordan Zimmerman got a win last night. He had been struggling. His ERA tripled over about a 5 or 6 week period. Ian Desmond, slow start for the Rangers, not anymore. Slugging just under 500 and batting over 300. Well done. And Doug Fister, continuing the trend of former Nats, swung the bat well last night in St. Louis, beat the Cardinals, and he's 7-3.
He's a race. And Ian Desmond's playing the heck out of center field. He had a throw the other night that was 95.9 miles an hour to throw out a runner.
Yeah, you showed me the video of that. That was pretty cool. And I, for one, glad that they're all in the other league right now, the way they're going. Hamill, 17 of 19 first pitch strikes now recently.
It's time to change seats. Move somewhere else.
Revere, one hopper. Javier Baez. 13 in a row for Jason Hamill. So a shoebox right now instead of a box score, really. Revere led off the game with a hit. Went to second on a steal, third on a grounder, scored while Murphy was hitting on a wild pitch. Murph's double, the other hit in that first inning, and then Ramos a single up the middle in the second. That has been it. Here's Worth. Jason, a ground ball to short, fly ball to right. Steven Strasburg, 85 pitches through 6. Hamill, my goodness, 5 innings, 56 pitches before he faced Revere. Counts even, 2-2. Here's the AB from Mercedes-Benz. Everything away to Jason. He took that like it wasn't even close, and it's 3-2.
It's down.
Worth 2 walks in this series, 22 on the year. And a liner to left. Not catchable. Good job by Bryant to trap it. Worth's going to go for 2, and he is safe. Chris Bryant made a great recovery, and Jason Worth a hustle double.
Well, kind of back to the point I've been making all day long. That ball stayed in the air a lot longer than you used to seeing one down the left field line here. And that gave Chris Bryant an opportunity, at least, to sell out and try to catch this. But the best thing that happened is he kept it in front, or at least close to him, or that might have been 3 bases. Good effort by Bryant. Great hustle by Jason Worth. He was thinking 2 the whole way. And they're going to look at the slide at second. I thought he got in there, but if they're looking at this quick, they might have saw something in the Cubs clubhouse.
Cubs are challenging.
Oh, he's out.
The call of Dan Isanya.
He's out. It hit his finger before he got on the base. That's why they're challenging it. Watch Jason Worth's right middle finger. That first shot we had showed the finger flipping back. He's out. Unbelievable.
Not looking good.
Right here. Watch his hand. Watch his finger. Keep going.
Yeah, his finger bent back.
Unbelievable.
Crowd groans as they see the replay.
We'll give Chris Bryant credit, getting up real quick and making a good throw into second. And Jason Worth knows on second base he's out.
And the call confirms Jason Worth is out on a 7-4 by Chris Bryant.
Pretty good play by the Cubs third baseman.
Yeah, now you see why they don't mind shuttling him at times back and forth between third and left.
Well, he's playing third. He's just playing a little bit deeper today.
Well, instead of Harper batting, runner at second, 1 out. He might be thinking something big here with 2 outs, bases empty.
Anytime you take an infielder and move him to the outfield, they're always very accurate. Why? their whole lives they're used to throwing to a target. A ground ball, they have to hit the first baseman right in the chest. So when you go to the outfield, you have that built-in accuracy based on years of training to throw to a target. If you just only play outfield, you know, you're grabbing the ball and everything's moving fast and you're trying to throw it to a target. But how often does that happen during a game versus if you're a shortstop or a second baseman, or in Brian's case, a third baseman? You're always throwing either the second baseman covering on a double play or the first baseman. You're always hitting a target. That's why you see those guys accurate all the time. I mean, just getting up and having the awareness of where the ball is after he dives. That get him in the grill?
Ooh,
it did, huh?
Missed it with his glove.
I didn't see it. And look at the one hopper right on the money because he's used to throwing to a target.
2-1 to Harper. Two right off the end of the bat. Pitches first inning, and then 50 now over the last nearly 5 full innings. Impressive turnaround by Hamill after the way his day started. 2-2 to Bryce Harper. 1 for 9 in the series, and he bangs one to right. Didn't get all of it, and it's enough though, hooking to get out of the play there. Bryce just hasn't centered many balls lately.
Got a little drift going in his swing. When his head is perfectly still, it's frozen, is when he's at his best. But hey, even the best go through spells like this. He'll figure it out.
Swing and a miss. And the Cubs have Harper 1 for 10. Top of the 7th coming up. Strasburg and Hamill dealing on both sides.
Today, and the word that's coming to my mind is gritty. The performance here so far. Leadoff home run to Ben Zobrist. Hasn't really had the, you know, cruise control game, so to speak, where his fastball is just going wherever he likes and you can pick any pitch in any count and he's going to fire in there for a strike. But battling, you know, finding a way, some help from his defense. really, really gritty stuff so far from Steven Strasburg here today, and we've enjoyed it. Now it's time for Toyota Case for Kids. The Washington area Toyota dealers want to help children and their families by making that $37 donation to the Children's Inn at NIH for every strikeout by a Nats pitcher this season. Right, Carp? Gritty? You like that?
Absolutely. We've talked about this numerous times over the years. Days like this are when you find out what a guy's made of. Some days, any big league pitcher can come out of the bullpen and his stuff is just electric and he's untouchable. Today, we're finding out that Steven, like his ball club, can get guys out and maybe end up beating you in a different way. Just like the offense isn't going to slug every day. Miguel Montero with a 1-1 pitch in the air to left. Worth a ways to go, and then just short of the track into the shade. 1 out.
Yeah, well, someone's going to catch one. I mean, no one's really clicked one except for Ben Zobrist so far, but even that ball by Montero, he didn't hit that well. It sent Worth to the track. You feel like a home run is going to be the difference in this game is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Whoever hits it.
Albert Almora, the hitter. Four for 14 in his first 8 games as a major league hitter. 3 RBIs, a big one here last night.
.90-mile-an-hour slider.
Pitch number 90. A lot of break on that ball. They actually took it out of the strike zone to the other side. That's well hit. Worth cannot cut it off, and that's extra bases for Albert Almora. Kid's got a live bat and speed to go with it.
Yeah, that's a double either way. If he gets there, by the time he stops, spins, and throws to second base with the speed of Almora Jr., he's into second easily. 3rd double of the season, and I watched him run around first. He was flying. So he got a fastball up, stayed through it. Good effort by Worth to try to keep it to a single, but even if he gloves this, by the time he stops, no shot. And you can see the speed of the young Cub into second base.
Baez 0 for 2. So the numbers 7 and 8 spots coming up for Chicago here.
And 9 ain't too bad either.
Yeah. He's going to be around for a while. 71 pitches.
He's had 2 good at-bats today, Jason Hamill.
Couple of great breaking balls to the free swinging Baez.
The free swinging to the pull side Baez. Nita-san going to show you a nasty slider right here from Steven Strasburg. Watch the swing. That's a pull swing all the way. I mean, if you throw anything on the inner half, it's right into his turbo zone. I'd be surprised. Maybe elevate a fastball here up and away to get back to that pitch, but that's the pitch, the slider away. Pretty good pitch. I think Baez was looking for the slider. This looked like a strike to me, and it was.
Ooh. Hate to see an umpire miss one like that at this stage of a tight ball game.
You got to bear down with 2 strikes in a 1-1 game with the tying run on the go-ahead run on second base as an umpire. You got to bear down.
Yeah, that split the outside corner. One, top 7.
Okay, now you go back to the slider. Showed him fastball away, changeup away. If he lays off, then you got to figure out 3-2 when you get there.
Jammed him into right field. Bryce is there. Harper has it, 2 outs. Pretty good battle. And now the number 8 hitter, Addison Russell, has had 2 big swings today.
You like Budweiser? You like burgers? You like music from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s? Come visit us Saturday, July 9th at Nats Park. Your music party ticket includes 1 Budweiser and 1 burger. Until June 19th, use the coupon code BUD for a $5 discount. Visit nationals.com/BudMusic for tickets and details. I feel like I'm going to want more than 1 Budweiser.
Clayton Richard is throwing, and Chris Coughlin is on deck. So if this inning continues, I don't know, maybe if Russell doesn't drive in a run, he goes to the pinch hitter. Maybe if he does put the Cubs on top, then they leave Hamill in there. He's only thrown 71 pitches. Addison Russell. Hard base hit to right first time, and a line drive, a screamer to Revere last time.
Joe Madden a little sleepy.
Strasburg up to 101 now. Started this inning with 85. Coming off 104 against the Phillies in 7 innings last week when he gave up those runs early and the guys battled back. He's only had 3 starts all year under 100, so not a big deal for Steven. He's gone 7 innings or more 6 times this year. Felipe Rivero's been up for a few minutes. So if Coughlin bats, that could be it for Steven if he doesn't get Russell here.
It's a good pitch.
Strasburg taking a long look in, wondering why the strike zone is tighter than it was earlier.
Just challenging these guys, isn't he? I mean, talk about trusting your stuff and your fastball. He's not messing around. 3-1, go ahead run on second base. Top of the 7th inning, he just 96'd him, and it was by Addison Russell, basically. Crowd behind him starting to stand up. He could use a little help from the home fans right now.
Swing and a miss. 97 upstairs. Strasburg saving some of the best for the last part of the game for him. Strikeout number 8. Time to stretch.
Get right to the good stuff. 1-1. Another good game between these two ball clubs. It seems like they've all been good, all 7 of them this year. Ben Zobrist on the 4th pitch of the ball game, leading off today, goes deep. There's the Cubs run, folks. Ben Zobrist did it. Not shocked. And here's the Nats run. A wild pitch by Jason Hamill. And Ben Revere, who singled, stole second, advanced to third, scores on a wild pitch, and that's where we're at, 1-1.
1 run a blast, 1 run manufactured. Murphy, Zimmerman, Ramos, bottom of the 7th. Murphy a double in 2 trips. Fly ball to left in the 4th. Now Trevor Cahill up, with Zimmerman and Ramos in mind if Murphy reaches here or does something bigger. Strike call. He didn't like it. I think Murph, when he retires, could work in this town or anywhere around the world as a diplomat.
I'd say what, if he talked to me as an umpire very politely and said I missed a call, I would believe him. I would say, yeah, you know the strike zone better than I do. you're probably right, but
I do this for a living, but you're right.
Yeah, I do. I'll pick you up next time, but yeah, you're right.
Reaches out and makes solid contact, but it's right to Zobrist. Next up, Zimmerman and Ramos. Ryan hit the ball hard last time, right at the center fielder Almora. Potomac Nationals are back in town tomorrow. You can get a free Stein at the ballpark, see fireworks, honor the scouts on Saturday, and put a Star Wars jersey auction item on Sunday. Back in Woodridge. Give them a call. Log on.
Like baseball scouts or Cub Scouts?
Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts,
Girl Scouts.
Didn't hear anything about Weeblos, but Zimmerman a strikeout and a liner to Almora. Ooh, he got a breaking ball that was kind of hanging up and in right there.
Daniel Murphy describing the pitch probably that Bob Davison missed in his mind. I mean, it's a guy that grinds every single pitch. So when you go back to the dugout, a lot of guys will be talking about the ball they put in play. Murphy's still talking about the one he thought got him into that count.
Zimmerman puts one in play. Ryan has his 2nd hit of the series. Next up, Wilson Ramos.
Well, he missed the curveball and was shaking his head, and then he got a fastball and creates some serious topspin. You see the vacancy up the middle. And the go-ahead run aboard here in the bottom of the 7th in the form of Ryan Zimmerman. Wilson Ramos going to try to move him around a little bit.
Ramos 1 for 2. He's gone up the middle twice. A clean base hit, a lot like the one Zimmerman just got. And then a hot shot to short. 4 for 11 career against Hamill with 2 home runs. Keeping the ball away from him late in the game.
Well, if Steven Strasburg gets his 11th, you'd think it has to be right here, right now for the Nats to go ahead.
That ball bounces. Zimmerman's secondary lead, and I think he surprised Miguel Montero a bit. And Ryan Zimmerman able to get in there. Bob Davidson already looking over to the Cubs dugout.
Such good baseball. He was looking for it on the first one. I saw him shaking his head going back to first, but Montero does a nice job of blocking this. But look at him. It's too late. Ryan Zimmerman reading the ball in the dirt, and he is the best guy at that on this ball club. It's such an undervalued commodity to be able to read that. And did he get in there? Because who knows nowadays? I have no idea.
Boy, that's close, and they're going to look at it.
Maybe I shouldn't even comment on a replay until we see everybody run off the field and put their headphones on, because I don't think this one's as obvious as Jason Wurst, though, do you?
Yeah, this one will take a long look at it because they're overturning a call. Now, the Worth one, pretty simple once we saw it. Not much of a reaction by the crowd when they see it. Zimmerman's, I think he got to the bag before we saw the glove hit his pants.
I'll go with that, Carp, for right now.
If it makes you feel better, let's go with it.
I like how you're thinking.
But I'm thinking, okay, is that indisputable? In my opinion, no.
Don't let the groan of 40,000 fans get in the way of your opinion right there. Showed it to me again. Look where Zobrist is. Look how far up the line he is. I think that might have surprised him too. Oh, it's so close.
It gets to a point after I've seen about 3 of these, I just can't watch it anymore.
This one, it's so low, you don't know where his hand is. Okay, he's tagging him, but how the grass, do I know where his hand is because of the blades of grass? Is that me reaching? Am I going straight attorney here, trying to do my best Johnny Cochran? If you look at the blades of the grass, you can't see his hand going to the base. See? I did. I went full Johnny Cochran right there for the win. That's huge in this game right now. Huge.
So great base running by Ryan Zimmerman, reading the ball in the dirt.
I really think you couldn't see whether his hand was in the base or not because of the grass. And I'm sticking to that.
So the Cubs out of challenges. Ramos has 36 RBIs. The count, by the way, 2-0. And Zimmerman is going to third. He dives in there. Hamill might have had a play. Decided not to do it, and the way Baez is walking around over there, I think he thought they should have thrown over, but Hamill takes the sure out.
I thought he had him at third. Watch Ryan Zimmerman take off on contact. Hamill looks and decides not to throw. So the inning stays alive in as far as runner in scoring position, and now maybe the Nats get that wild pitch thing that got him the first run. Or a base hit.
It's up to Rendon. He is lined to right, hit a fly ball to left. Ooh, low and away. Hey, it can happen twice in a game.
It can. I remember one stretch. I forget what year it was. It was the Nats' best offensive play for like a week. I think it was 14 when they get around on third, wild pitch.
I remember Carlos Marmol unleashing one here for Worth.
Yeah.
2-0. Good takes by Anthony Rendon. He's 2 for 9 in the series with a run batted in. Hamill due to lead off in the 8th. Rivero ready in the Nats bullpen. Right in there. Rendon out to short. Russell cuts it off. The Nats only one time today more than one hit in an inning. That was back in the first. Now it's 1-1 after 7. Authority of the Washington Nationals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the expressed written consent of the Washington Nationals. On to the top of the 8th, and a few things are changing now. Felipe Rivero. He's first as Rivero makes his 32nd appearance.
A fastball slider change percentage up to 23, so he's throwing the change a lot at 87 miles an hour. Fastball sitting at 95.
And the Cubs will hit for Hamill here. That's Matt Caesar, 26-year-old outfielder from Cape May, New Jersey.
He's missing a vowel.
He is. As a pinch hitter, though, he's 5 for 14 with 2 RBIs. So Hamill and Strasburg both go 7. Hamill 21 pitches fewer than Steven. But the Nats got him out of the game, and that's a good thing. So his 9-0 record career intact against the Nats. And that's a hot shot off the glove of Danny Espinosa. Should be a base hit.
Caesar doing what all good pinch hitters do. Come off the bench hacking. Danny Espinosa going to the backhand. Tried to trap that as he was going to left. And once the ball bounced away, a base hit for Caesar. Now we'll see how Joe Madden plays this with his leadoff hitter in a 1-1 game in the 8th.
Ben Zobrist can do a lot of different things. And Rivero checks the runner.
Zobrist didn't show bunt.
Zobrist 2 for 2 career against Felipe with a home run and 3 RBIs. So it didn't matter who he was facing in Chicago.
I wouldn't want to bunt off Felipe Rivero.
As in sort of turn and face him?
Just, I mean, his stuff is so fierce. It's tough to kill a bunt like that or just to get it down. And he's a crossfire 3/4 guy. Zobrist expecting fastball right there. Got fooled on the slider. But the harder a guy throws Carp, the harder it is to get a bunt down. All predicated by the speed of the runner on first. You get away with a sloppy bunt if you got wheels on first.
Looked like he was trying to bunt for a hit. He was off and running there. So Jason Hamill, one high pitch off the glove of his catcher away from a possible shutout. The Nats are trying to make a winner out of him. So it looks like Roark did the charting, and now Strasburg checking in with him to see how the day went.
Should be happy with his day. Battled with his B stuff, if there's such a thing.
0-2 to Zobrist. Way outside.
I'm seeing a lot of things from Steven I haven't seen in the past this year. The 4 runs early against the Phillies last start, and him keeping his ball club right there, not allowing another run. He ends up getting the win. Don't know if that would have happened 2 or 3 years ago. And then today, giving up a leadoff home run, and not really having command of anything, and he goes 7 innings and gave up just that home run. So a real gritty performance from him today.
Zobrist to third. Rendon, Murphy, 5-4-3. And the Nats turn their 3rd double play of the day.
They're going to check to see if Ryan Zimmerman was on the bag. I saw Dave Martinez run down to the phone as soon as Zimmerman caught this baseball.
And we've talked about this before. Ryan's got used to the pop-off real quick.
You see the good feed to Murphy and watch Zim cheat, so to speak, coming off the bag. I saw Martinez run down to check. I'm looking for Joe Madden. Nothing. So all good. You feel your foot on the bag. You know what you're doing over there. Yes. Eric Karros is the best I ever saw at that. He was amazing. We swore he was never on the base. And I wonder in the replay era if he was, if he could still do that like he did for the Dodgers.
Bases empty, 2 outs for Hayward. Jason 1 for 2 career with a couple of RBIs against Rivero.
Starting to wonder if that lefty thing is more upstairs than anything for Felipe, because his stuff is just too good not to get lefties out.
And a pop fly, short right. Murphy raises his hand and says, "I've got it, Bryce." And Felipe Rivero, despite giving up a leadoff hit, makes quick work of the Cubs in the 8th. You by Ocean City, Maryland. Let us show you a good time in Ocean City, Maryland. Book now at OCOcean.com. Cloudy day, sun's gone again. Hitters don't mind that at all at 6:23 local time. We're going to the bottom of the 8th.
Remember, our DC Lexus dealers, they're donating $250 to the Children's National Health System for every Tater and Nats player hits this season. So keep them coming. It's for a wonderful cause. Today would be a really, really wonderful cause. Lexus, the pursuit of perfection.
In front of another record crowd, here comes Pedro Strop in the bottom of the 8th inning.
A lot of sliders at 83, 54% of the time. Fastball 95 with a lot of run to it. More run than sink. 29th game, ERA at 2.66. Opponent's average 171.
Well, for his runs allowed, it was a scoreless 7th last night, but Revere did hit the sac fly against him. Danny Espinosa and Pedro Strop. Danny's 0 for 3. Drew on deck. Wheels turning. Bottom of the 8th. By the way, a 9-pitch, 6-strike, scoreless inning for Felipe Rivero. And Danny Espinosa gone quickly. Bottom of the 8th. Mercedes-Benz will track it.
Wicked slider right here. So a 3-pitch see ya, and Danny way out in front, thinking he was getting another fastball, and the slider just drops off the table. Look at the rotation, the late break under his bat. Chris Bosio going to come out for a abbreviated Cliff Notes version of the Stephen Drew Scouting Report. He has to do it in 19 seconds. That's all he's got left.
Now, in the top of the 9th, Bryant will lead off, so that's Matt Belisle's guy. And then Rizzo and Montero follow. Those would be Oliver Perez's guys.
Well, what if the Nats score? Who's coming in?
If the Nats score, then we throw the names in a hat and pick out your closer. It's situational right now, but it could be savior-like in a moment. And here's Stephen Drew.
It might be both those guys either way.
Yeah. I mean, if Dusty would do it tied, why not do it ahead? Stephen Drew, career 0 for 2 against Strop. Career pinch hitting just under 300. As a Nat, 3 for 13. Couple of homers and 4 RBIs.
I mean, those numbers are, 298 as a pinch hitter.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's like a Daniel Murphy playing everyday numbers as a pinch hitter. It's like 400.
That ball is hit well. Right field. See you later. It's another pinch hit homer for the Nats. And Stephen Drew's 3rd of the year. 2-1 Washington. The Nationals have now hit 9 pinch hit home runs this year.
I mean, that's a curtain call, isn't it? You come off the bench in a 1-1 game against the best team in baseball, and you go deep.
Yeah, they won him. There he goes.
Should say best record in baseball, excuse me.
Swing and a miss by Ben Revere. The Nationals' 88th home run of the year.
Run into one, Stephen Drew, why don't you? Unbelievable the production that Dusty Baker has gotten from his bench this year. And it's because he uses them. He's not afraid to give them starts. You remember Stephen Drew with the back-to-back starts against the White Sox. Nice play, by the way. And now we always talk about you come off the bench, you have something to work with. You've seen velocity, your eyes are trained, you have rhythm, you have timing. And Stephen Drew just hit one 395 feet to give the Nats the lead. Unbelievable.
So 4 for 14. He's batting .286 as a pinch hitter with the Nats. 3 homers, 4 RBIs, and that's a strike to Revere. He's gone. Strikeout, homer, strikeout, and Jason Worth is next.
I had a feeling a homer would have something to do with the game today.
Yeah, you made that call. 3 outs to get to make you a genius. So we'll see how it works out.
Well, let's watch it again. The Wolf Pack, as they call themselves, the bench guys, getting her done again here today. Jason Hayward knew it. He didn't really even move for that. Low liner, nice catch, curtain call. Happy birthday, Dusty. Hopefully, 3 big outs to get.
Worth 1 for 3. And again, Strop career 1 for 4. Pedro got him on a strikeout last night. It's only the 3rd homer Pedro Strop's given up this year. Guy with a live arm, tough to center, and Drew did it.
I mean, you've heard me up here in commercial breaks and after games for 5 years now, throwing stuff, slamming stuff, and wondering how bench guys could ever get any rhythm when they never played. You're seeing it here. I mean, you've heard me, right? Carp is a former bench guy being frustrated that Tyler Moore and Lombardo, all these guys that never played under Davey Johnson and Matt Williams, were asked to do some really tough things, go up there and hit 99 when they hadn't seen an at-bat in 9 days. Well, you're seeing these guys, they're playing every day, and they're producing. They're playing a lot, I should say, not every day, but they're producing.
And that motivates. I mean, you saw the look on Heisey's face. That motivates him.
They're making the hardest thing in baseball, which is walking up one at bat and doing something look easy. It's not. But Dusty Baker's allowed them to produce because he uses them. He's not afraid to throw them out there. Even if they go 0 for 4, they're still seeing pitches. They're still getting rhythm.
Heisey and Drew, you're looking at 6 pinch hit homers between those 2 guys right there.
I mean, name me a better bench in all of baseball.
Well, I know it's a lot safer up here than it used to be. Now, we sure watching these guys come off the bench. 2-2 to Worth. Harper on deck. Bottom of the 8th. 2-1 Nats. Outside. And Worth will hit one well to left, and look at that baby carry. In fact, it almost took off on Chris Bryant. 3 outs to get. It looks like 2 pitchers will be employed to do that. And Stephen Drew comes up big for the Nationals again. 3rd pinch hit homer of the year for the ball club. 9 of them this year. Nice catch, buddy. And we go to the top of the 9th. The Nats 3 outs away from a series win.
Miller Lite. We're going to show you Ryan Zimmerman reading the ball in the dirt. Nope. We're going to show you this. Stephen Drew going big boy to put his ball club up by 1 off the bench into a huge June baseball game. You see the emotion, the curtain call. One of the better moments at Nats Park this season.
Yeah, and why not in front of the largest crowd of the season, 42,000 even. So 45 people that weren't here last night showed up today. Stop by the UPS store, call to the bullpen for all your printing, copying, other business needs, because together, nothing we can't solve. And Matt Belisle immediately gives up a gapper. Taylor just came into play center, throw to second, it's offline, and in fact, he airmailed it. And just like that, Chris Bryant's the tying run.
Oh, these guys won't go away.
Matt Belisle, first appearance, and Bryant hit it hard.
I mean, they just keep coming at you. And a tough assignment for Matt Belisle right off the DL. The first pitch he throws in a long time at the big league level goes for a leadoff double here in the top of the 9th.
Oliver Perez on the way. Now it's a lot closer. Will that be? Well, Johnny and Ray will have it for you, and it's presented by WB Mason.
We follow Nats Baseball Live with MLB.com at bat. Stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day Live. Game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone or tablet. Here we go.
Well, it's Oliver Perez, and this could be one hitter for him, because Dexter Fowler's on deck. Now he's a switch hitter. They're going to bat for Montero after this. Rizzo against Perez, career 1 for 4 with a home run and a base on balls. On the shift, Murphy in right field. Espinosa, because he's playing up the middle, can keep Chris Bryant honest at second base. Breaking ball away.
I feel like I'm watching a playoff game.
Front door with the breaker. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Did you see him buckle? That locked him up. He thought that was going to hit him. He gave up on that ball about 50 feet, and it came back for a strike. Wiffle ball curve right there from Oliver Perez.
And Rizzo just put the Cubs on top. Oliver Perez turned and faced second base through the pitch, and now Rizzo is about to touch second base. 3-2 Chicago.
Oh, my.
Rizzo's second career home run against Oliver Perez.
Well, one curveball buckled Anthony Rizzo, and the second curveball buckled Oliver Perez. He knew he got fooled, he sat on it, and he was simply just trying to move the runner, and he caught it out front and put his ball club ahead. Unbelievable.
Nobody out. Here's Dexter Fowler for Montero. Fowler against Perez career 1 for 4.
Harper, Murphy, and Zimmerman due up in the bottom half.
Yeah, that gets Hector Rondon up.
Still some outs to get.
Yeah. Well, you and I talked about this before. A lot of talk around town lately about a closer and maybe a guy that has struggled in that role. But getting those 3 outs in the 9th inning is a different animal. And Jonathan Papelbon knocked around some this year. No doubt about it. He was 16 for 18 on the other side of that ledger. But FP, you know, it's a hard thing to piece a closing situation together when your main guy does go down. It's just not automatic.
Yeah, it is.
They're still celebrating. John Lackey loves it. 3-2 to Fowler.
I think they're having a good chuckle. A, they're winning every game, but B, I think he was just short and compact and simply trying to move Chris Bryant. He wasn't trying to hit a home run right there, I'll guarantee you.
Yeah. Three-two pitch again, nobody out. Cubs have 2 runs on the board in this inning. And that ball is hammered. Taylor going back. Michael will be there. A hop onto the track for the first out. Now Dusty will take the ball from Oliver Perez and give it to Sean Kelly, who's on his way in. Cubs have rallied. Now they're in a position for the series. tomorrow night, 10 o'clock, the Nats Padres, first of a 4-game series. Tony Gwynn, the legacy at Petco Park. Eric Johnson goes for the Padres. Tanner Roark looking for his 6th win of the year. Coverage begins at 9:30 with Nats Extra. Masson 2. Sean Kelly and Albert Almora. Last time Kelly pitched, 21 pitches, 17 strikes for the last 5 outs of Monday night's win.
Opponents at 181 against Sean Kelly's fastball slider combination. Fastball average at 92. He threw one at 95 the other night against the Cubs for that save.
Almora 1 for 3 with a double. Breaking ball, unhittable. 1-2. Up the middle, Danny Espinosa over and in, and to Zimmerman for the second out. Hector Rondon tagged with a blown save last night. It was somebody else's run. Travis Wood had walked Bryce Harper, but when Rendon hit the sac fly off Rondon, that tagged him with the blown save. So that was his first of the year. In the air, right center. Bryce Harper drifting for it right before he leads off the bottom of the 9th. Costly inning for the Nats. A double, a homer. Harper, Murphy, and Zimmerman straight ahead.
Nats Extra on the way. Once this game is finished, the Anthony Rizzo 2-run homer in the top of the inning. The difference in this game, Cubs now lead it 3-2.
Yeah, a little strange move. Bilal hasn't pitched in 50 days, coming off of the DL, and you know that's a big part of the ball game right there. I'm not real sure what Dusty was thinking. Maybe he'll tell us. Certainly Perez is a guy that's got to face Rizzo, no question about it. But a little different strategy with Bilal coming out there, getting one hitter and not pitching for a long time in such a stress situation because you don't really know what you got.
Right. Oliver Perez giving up his first home run of the season, a most inopportune time at his 27th appearance. But we still got the bottom of the 9th to play before Ray and I come back. Let's send you upstairs to Bob.
All right, thank you, Johnny, and thank you, Ray. Hector Rondon, after the Rizzo homer, 24th appearance, 22 innings, 30 strikeouts, and he's only walked 2 guys.
Yeah, fastball 96, slider 86. 24th appearance, the ERA at 1.23. And opponents hitting 158 against the Cubs closer.
David Ross stays in the catch. Or rather comes in the catch after they hit for Montero. Bryce Harper 1 for 2 career against Rondon. And that's the pitcher is not faced in this series yet. .97 missing. 1-1.
Good ID. Saw it early.
Two-1 to Harper. Target outer half. .15th of June. Bryce has not hit a home run this month. Rondon's given up 2 in 22 innings. And a 2-2 pitch. There were a lot of fans leaning one way or the other on that call. 3-2.
That was close, to say the least.
Well, a guy with 54 walks on the year taking a pitch.
Listen to this place. I mean, everybody on their feet. Cubs fans, Nats fans. 3-2 to Bryce Harper. Bottom of the 9th inning. Cubs up by 1. Does it get much better than this?
Only at a different time of the year.
I mean, on June 15th, does it get much better than this?
Unbelievable takes by Bryce Harper. And the tying runs aboard, leading off the bottom of the 9th inning. Hector Rondon is ready to start digging up some turf with his cleats as he struts around the mound.
Well, let's look at pitch track. I mean, these are close. Real close. And it goes Bryce's way. So leadoff man aboard here in the bottom of the 9th, down by 1. And here it comes. Game on.
I think Joe Madden can't believe what he just saw. Here's Murphy. 1-for-1 career with a double against Hector Rondon. 1-for-3 with a double today. Speaking of doubles, the no doubles defense by the Cubs, and Murphy, I think, a little surprised by that call on the inside edge.
Which allows you to go first to third if you're Bryce Harper on a ground ball through, especially the right side.
Yeah.
Probably up the middle, not so much to left.
Tapper. Harper to second. Rondon lobs it to Rizzo. 1 out.
Oh my gosh. Productive out. Not what Daniel Murphy was thinking about when he got into the box, but the tie and run at second base now. Yeah, this is just a great ball game. Been a great series. This is fun to watch, folks. I know you agree if you're at home.
Ryan Zimmerman's base hit to right field last night in the 8th inning came against Hector Rondon. Ryan is now 4-for-9 career against him. He was the first batter Rondon faced in the 8th inning last night.
Hasn't had to walk him off in a while, has he?
We're always in the mood for history in our nation's capital.
He has 10, right, in home runs in his career?
Correct.
He's number 11.
Tony Perez has 11. Stan Musial 12. Those are National League numbers. 16 walk-off hits total.
Some guys don't have the opportunity for one.
Rondon goes outside.
Everybody on their feet here at Nats Park.
Country hardball right now. Target slightly in. It's low. Swing and a miss. Rondon challenged fastballs. 2 down. It's up to Wilson Ramos.
Just climb the ladder. Fastball 96 above the letters, and Ryan Zimmerman can't get on top.
Ramos 1 for 5 career against Rondon.
David Ross going to go out there and talk to his closer and decide how aggressive they want to be with Wilson right here. He does represent the go-ahead run, so you're not going to put him on.
Ramos, a base hit. Here comes Harper. The game is tied in the bottom of the 9th. We said last night, leadoff walks kill, and Ramos gets it done.
They tried to get tricky with the Buffalo. David Ross went out there and said, do you want to go fastball here? We got a base to work with. Do you feel comfortable pitching to Ramos or Rendon? He said, well, let's start him up with the first pitch slider and see where we go from that. He throws a cement mixer. Wilson Ramos catches it out front. And with the speed of Bryce Harper and the placement of this ball, the game is tied. And this game is awesome.
Here's Rendon, strike 1.
I mean, if this was Nats Reds, it would be a good game, but this is the 2 best teams in the National League. This is a classic. It doesn't get better than this. This is 2 heavyweights standing in the middle of the ring, exchanging blows in the 15th round. This is great.
Now Rendon, a couple of takes, and it's 0-2. Wilson Ramos, a 2 for 4 day. RBI number 37. And Rendon takes another one. He's not happy. Took off his ball cap, took off the helmet. And this ball game is going to the 10th inning. Dramatic rally. Harper leadoff walk. Ramos ties it with 2 down.
way. The Nats answer the Cubs 2 with a base hit, a Bryce Harper walk on some close pitches. He advances to second on a tapper off the bat of Daniel Murphy. Ryan Zimmerman strikes out on a high fastball, and then the Buffalo comes through with 2 outs. And look at Bryce Harper rumble around third base, and this has been a rumble. I mean, the Cubs punch the Nats come right back. I mean, Stephen Drew with the home run. This is elite stuff right here. We're lucky to be watching this one.
Addison Russell 2 for 3 career against Sean Kelly. So Rizzo's home run that appeared to be the game winner. Just one of the things responsible for keeping the game going a little longer.
I'll tell you what, that frustration you saw from Rendon, he struck out looking 4 or 5 times in this series on questionable pitches, and it all came to a head right there with another one that he thought was a ball. You usually don't see Rendon striking out looking, and that's not a good thing right there. A leadoff walk.
The dreaded leadoff walk, which has been huge for both teams in this series. Russell, good speed. Chris Coghlan coming in to pitch hit in the pitcher spot. A guy who can handle the bat. Coghlan 0 for 1 career against Sean Kelly. And since coming to the Cubs 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter, he did have a pinch hit for Oakland before he came over in a trade last week. In fact, he had a pinch hit home run for the A's. By the way, Joe Maddon has used everybody off of his bench except for his third catcher, Tim Fedorovich. And Kelly falls behind.
Kind of surprised Joe Maddon's not bunting right here, to be honest with you.
And Coghlan runs well. Top of his order coming up.
I mean, if he does bunt, it would be Jason Hayward versus Sean Kelly, because you figure Dusty wouldn't pitch to Ben Zobrist with first base open.
Yeah, Hayward, then Bryant. One pitch. 93 whistling to the inside edge. Then the breaking ball diving on Coghlan. So a very unproductive pinch hit at bat for the Cubs. 1 out.
So fastball into a slider, and then Coghlan recognized the location of the pitch, thought it was another heater, and by the time he realized it was a Sean Kelly slider, it was too late.
Ben Zobrist now, who you will pitch to with a runner at first as opposed to second. Zobrist's career against Kelly 2 for 12, 2 RBIs, 5 strikeouts. 0-2 pitch. Out of play. The Nats in extra innings this year, 5-4, 3-3 at home. The Cubs have only played 3 previous extra inning games. They're 2-1 and on the road 1-0. Cubs have won a lot of games by wide margins. That's why their closer only has 11 saves. So they just haven't had to play extra baseball much. One of those games at home for them against the Nats. 0-2, and it's a good thing he got around way early.
Stay with that fastball away. He's looked human on the fastball away today against Steven Strasburg, and this at bat by Sean Kelly.
And this is something you always talk about, late game pitches to the pull side.
He's been tardy on the fastball away, mid-90s on both guys today.
Off speed, down and in. Justin Grimm. Inning and 2/3 here Monday night. 8, 9, and 1 for the Nats. And in the number 1 spot, by the way, is Michael A. Taylor. In case you forgot, he came in for defense in the 9th inning. Actually, Taylor's in the 9-hole, pitcher batting first. And that ball is ripped, and we catch our breath again on another pitch to the pull side.
Well, big pitch coming right here. You don't want to go 3-2 and give Joe Madden a chance to start the runner. He might start him anyways right here in a 2-2 count. Addison Russell's been looking like he wants to run at first base, but you want to seal the deal right here and not have the count go full.
Sobris, one hopper. That's Rendon to Espinosa. Look at him clear himself for the double play.
That was pretty.
On the shift, it goes 5-6-3. The Nats have turned 4 double plays today, and 3 of them have been by the different variety.
Younger players out there watching this ball game. There's 2 sides to baseball, lumber and leather. Anthony Rendon having a tough day offensively. Just had strikeout looking that he didn't think was a strike, but he doesn't take it out on defense. He gets a one-hop bullet hit right at him. Not an easy play, especially off a left-handed bat. And then Danny Espinosa has the wherewithal with the shift on of Ben Zobrist to get to the base, turn into the second baseman he used to be, and turn the beautiful 5-4-3 double play, get the ball club back in the dugout, keep momentum on your side. That was huge.
Hey, some days you hit a home run in your first at bat, and then you hit into a couple of double plays, and that's what Ben Zobrist has had today. So here we go. Justin Grimm, second appearance of the series, 27-year-old right-hander who has a 5.16 ERA, 23 hits in 23 innings.
Fastball curveball guy. Fastball 94, curveball 83.
And 4 home runs. Danny Espinosa, career against Grimm, 0 for 3. And we'll see Danny on the attack early. He doesn't want to get to 2 strikes. Baez on the grass at third. Rizzo even with the first base bag. Target away. He was hacking early. Backhand Zobrist. 1 out. Next up, Michael A. Taylor batting ninth. Taylor 1 for 3 against Grimm. Cubs bullpen busy again. Trevor Cahill, the right-hander. Travis Wood, the lefty. Looked like Michael was ready to pull the trigger, but that was inside. Four home runs, 9 RBIs. The ball was hanging a bit. He went out to get it and fouled it 1-1. So the Nats still have Clint Robinson for the left side, Chris Heisey right side. Washington employs 2 catchers, the Cubs 3. Bench has come up big once today. Taylor takes it way outside. They don't want to walk him. That could turn into a double. Although they do have David Ross behind the plate now, not Miguel Montero, who has struggled so much throwing out would-be base stealers.
Get you a heater, put a good swing on it, see what happens. I think they're going curveball here, 3-1.
They do. Up in the zone, but it locked him up. Taylor running out of the batter's box with a 1-out walk. Here's Clint Robinson for the pitcher. Back to May 9th.
Well, we showed it to you the other night. He thought it was the 8th inning, and it was the 9th inning. Lost track as he was getting ready to pinch hit. He said right there he realized when he saw all his teammates run to home plate that it was a walk-off. So we'll tell him again, Clint, it is not the 10th, it's the 8th.
So Grimm is done. Cubs with Travis Wood. Faced Travis Wood, who in the ball game last night walked Bryce Harper. The eventual tying run got Daniel Murphy in a line drive to center. So it's his 31st appearance, 24 innings, 19 strikeouts, but he's walked 10. So he doesn't give up a lot of hits, but control has been an issue.
And a fastball slider. He'll cut the fastball at times. Curveball changeup. Rarely throws the curveball at 1%, but the fastball average is 90 miles an hour.
Clint Robinson in the #1 spot, batting for Sean Kelly. So Kelly, for the second consecutive time, has a 5-out relief outing. Wood falls behind and then gets even. Cubs have another right-hander warming up with Jason Worth on deck. Joe Madden could go situational on consecutive hitters here. Robinson right up the middle. Wood's got it, and he goes for a 1-6-3 double play. Clint Robinson hit the ball hard, and these two great ball clubs continue to battle into the 11th.
How we got to this point. It's been just an amazing game. I feel bad if you've missed it, but we'll probably show it again on MASN sometime soon. This has been a classic, one for the ages. Two best teams in baseball going toe-to-toe. All the cliches. It's been fun to watch. We're going to show you the end part. Stephen Drew off the bench in a 1-1 ball game, going deep off Pedro Strop. That made it 2-1. A leadoff double by Chris Bryant. And then a home run by Anthony Rizzo in the top of the 9th. Made it 3-2 Cubs. Bryce Harper walked. Great at-bat to lead the inning off. Got to second on a tapper off the bat of Daniel Murphy. Ryan Zimmerman struck out, and the Buffalo comes through to tie this game at 3, and that's where we're at. Two of the best teams in baseball playing at their very best. This is upper-level stuff. You don't see this too often. It's been a great one.
Yusmeiro Petit, first appearance of the series. Jason Hayward, the hitter. Hayward, 1 for 3 career against Petit, who makes his 16th appearance, 29 innings, 23 Ks, an ERA 2.79. In a game like this, if it goes a while, he can go a while.
Well, he needs to channel his inner San Francisco Giant in the playoffs, Yusmeiro Petit.
Yeah, he's the reason the Nats, primary reason the Nats didn't have a split heading to San Francisco.
And maybe one of the reasons why they got him. He's been very valuable out of the bullpen.
Left side, Rendon to his left. Picks it up and throws out the speedy Hayward. 1 out. Here come the two that ruined the party in the 9th inning. Bryant and Rizzo.
Ball hit hard. Anthony Rendon making it look easy like he usually does.
Chris Bryant against Petit career, 1 for 2, 2 RBIs. Fans have spent a lot of energy right now. They're kind of relaxing for a minute, seeing what's going to happen here in the 11th. Something about getaway day with the Cubs, huh? The game in Chicago, May 8th, 13 innings. When the Cubs walked off 4-3, and the winning score today liable to be the same. Hot shot. Espinosa had to back up. Zimmerman, another great pick. 2 down. The league's best defense continues to shine.
And this ball got on Danny Espinosa at 102 miles an hour, so he fields it on a hop, kind of knocks him back into left field, gathers himself. And then how about Ryan Zimmerman on the aggressive backhand pick? Espinosa looks at the baseball. And Zimmerman bailing out his shortstop.
Here's Rizzo, 1 for 5 career against Petit. Shift is on. Murphy about 40 feet into right field.
That was a good pick. That ball had some hair on it. Threw that ball out because it hit the dirt before Ryan Zimmerman picked it, and there might be a scuff on it. That's why he saw it go into the Nats dugout.
Pitchers used to like that.
Well, you have a feeling Yasmero would know what to do with it. That's why Anthony Rizzo asked for the ball to be checked.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't look real happy when he whipped it over to the dugout. Ball 1 to Rizzo. 1 for 4 with a 2-run homer today. That was his first power damage in this series. 1 for 11 overall. Target outside edge. '84 close. It's 3-1. Two-out walk. Another chance for David Ross. Came into the ball game to catch in the bottom of the 8th and then hit a fly ball out after the Rizzo homer in the 9th.
Rizzo's tried to steal 5 times this year. He's made it twice. So he's the kind of guy, if you don't pay attention to him and he gets that rolling lead, he'll try to ambush you.
Good bunt. It's going to be up to Rendon. Glove throw out. Cubs strand their 4th runner of the day. We go bottom 11. It'll be Worth, Harper, and Murphy in a 3-3 thriller. Tall. He'll hit after Worth here. Bottom of the 11th rolls around. Then Murphy. 3 pitches, 2 strikes, a double play ball by Travis Wood to put an end to the 10th inning. So we'll check the matchups here. Jason Worth 2 for 8 with a homer, 2 RBIs, 2 walks against the Cubs left-hander. Their 5th pitcher of the day. The Nats have employed 6.
Who has what left in the tank will decide this one. You talk about 2 emotional games on Monday and Tuesday, and then this seesaw affair back and forth. Who can rev up the engine again and score a run? We'll see.
Worth today 1 for 5. In the series 2 for 10. 2 walks, a run batted in. Thought he had a double earlier today, but a Chicago challenge ruled him out at second. Jason's done it twice in his career, and one of those was against the Nats years ago at the Bank in Philly. One.
But he's not giving that low strike. He hasn't changed a bit all game. Bob Davidson on some pitches that look good low for both teams. He's here from the Cubs dugout right now. He stayed there though. He's been consistent. Hasn't changed.
Yeah, that's what everybody says. As long as the umpire's consistent, but that doesn't take away the individual moments where hitters or pitchers get perturbed. Then David Ross still talking to him about it.
They're still chirping it, and they might still be upset about the Bryce Harper at bat that led off the 9th.
Well, we may find out about Mr. Harper again shortly here, unless Worth sends everybody home. 2-1 pitch, target away on the corner.
And you know what's odd about that Harper at bat, Carpet, and this is kind of like the game within the game. Usually umpires in the bottom of the 9th, the borderline pitches always go to the team on the field because they don't want to go extra innings. So if you're up there trying to work a walk, anything close, I'm not saying they're making the zone huge, but anything close usually goes the defense way.
Yeah. Whoa. Probably the same location but higher on that one. 3-2. And Travis Wood doesn't want to become the latest pitcher in this series to issue a leadoff walk.
Yeah, but David Ross isn't setting up on the plate, and he hasn't the whole series.
Yeah, he got pitch 4. Jason loves it when it's full. Well, he didn't want to take any chances.
Yeah, you take one close out there, you're flirting with disaster. You take 2 out there, now you're in trouble. You see Jason Wood kind of shaking himself, trying to wake himself up back in this ball game. We talked about the rushes this team has been through. There's been a lot of mental energy spent on both sides.
That's a pretty easy take. He went off speed with an 81 changeup and the winning runs on base.
Game on, part 5.
I don't know. Keep saying it's got to work one of these
Well,
times.
it did. It worked for Bryce last time. He scored, tied it up. I would be surprised if Bryce tries to lay one down here. I really wouldn't. On his own, of course.
Harper, career against Wood, 0 for 4. 3 walks. I told you there have been times for Travis Wood here that he hasn't commanded the strike zone. Bryce building a Zimmerman-like resume with the walk-off hits and home runs. Just give him time. Popped him up. Off-speed pitch. Zobrist when it finally comes down, 1 out. Bryce 0 for 4 today with a walk, and the Cubs have him 1 for 11 in the series.
Boy, he had a pitch he could handle right there. He was on it. When you hit a ball that high in the infield, you just missed it. And that's a pitch he's used to handling. You could see the frustration.
Murphy 1 for 4 with a double. I don't know where you play your defense to play no doubles on Daniel Murphy. The thinking is, of course, go back so he can't hit it over your head, but he uses every quadrant of the ballpark. Tough guy to defense in a situation like this. Ross not able to get a whole lot on the throw. The runner was, the batter was right there. I could just watch Jason Worth on his leadoff. He's just itching to go somewhere.
He is. He's looking for a ball in the dirt. Trying to advance any way he can. He's thinking about it. I think you leave that hole open for Murphy a few more pitches.
2-0 now. Inside, ball 3.
Yes. Green light for sure. Yes.
Murphy 1 for 10 career against Travis Wood. Nationals leader in RBIs.
Had a good rip.
Yes, he did.
You get 3-0 in extra innings. If you're Daniel Murphy, you're thinking about the bucket of filth at home plate.
Target in. Another walk, and the winning run's in scoring position. They have a right-hander, Cahill, ready. If Joe Madden wants to go righty-righty, and it appears he will with Ryan Zimmerman. So Travis Wood's MO catches up with him a bit here in the 11th inning. He gets them 3 outs, but in this inning he walks 2 batters, and it'll be Cahill against Zimmerman. guys and a walk. 28-year-old right-hander making his 24th appearance, 2.28 on the ERA. 30 strikeouts in 28 innings.
Yeah, two-seam fastball with tons of sink. Curveball, changeup to go with it. And if you're facing Trevor Cahill, you're Ryan Zimmerman. He could try to run it in on him down. Ryan Zimmerman going to try to elevate right here, look for something above the belt. Anything that starts mid-thigh high is going to sink out of the zone. He's got a lot of late movement.
And he's also walked 18 batters.
They'd have to be 4 pitch outs right now because Ryan Zimmerman wants to end this thing.
Attack intelligently, Ryan.
He feels like Joe Madden has walked a lot of hitters to get to him.
Yeah. Ryan today 1-for-4 in the series, 2 for 12. That all disappears with RBI number 30 here if he can make it happen. Breaking ball catches the corner, the front corner of the plate. Three ball game, bottom of the 11th. 3-9-0 Cubs, 3-7-0 Nats. Inside move to keep Worth honest. None of the middle infielders real close to him. Zobrist about 20 feet away, the second baseman. In the dirt, picked by Ross.
It's way too quiet with the game-winning run on second base right now. Way too quiet.
Folks down the right field line standing, nobody around the dugouts. And a 1-1. Ball 2. Big pitch. Big curveball. 2-2.
Sitting fastball got the off speed way out in front. Now shorten up, go to right, and send everybody home happy. Pretty good arm in right, though. Jason Worth would have to boogie.
Yep. Two-two pitch. Zimmerman strikes out. He just can't get a clutch hit against the Cubs this year. 2 outs. Wilson Ramos trying to save the day.
Yeah, I didn't know Trevor Cahill had 94 in the tank, so he humps up on a fastball and gets it by Ryan Zimmerman. He was trying. Yeah, his fastball's averaging 92 this year. He just reached back for 94.
Ramos 2 for 9 against the Cubs, rather against Cahill. 2 for 4 today. He's the reason we're still playing. RBI hit, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th.
Can he do it again? I'll tell you what, if you've done it once, Carp, it helps you relax when you're up there again.
Into the zone of David Ross. How close to the corner? 1 ball, 1 strike. Then he goes changeup, a beauty. How did he reach it?
How did he reach it? How late did he swing? Talk about taking one out of the glove on a 911 emergency hack. I'm not sure where it was going to end up. Watch how late he swings. Oh, all right, I'll just foul that off and hopefully get a better one. .95. Dave Martinez said that was off.
Two balls, two strikes. Now it's 3-2, and this is big. It gives the runners a head start in case there's a base hit right at an outfielder. Now they're standing. Wilson Ramos has 2 RBIs in this series. The big home run Monday night, the game-tying hit today. He got jammed. Left side Russell. Wow, the Cubs gave the Nats 2 walks in the bottom of the 11th. Washington unable to cash in. It's on to inning number 12.
For the Cubs, 3-7-0 for the Nats as this epic battle moves to the top of the 12th inning. Due up for the Cubs, Almora Jr., Baez, and Russell. 3 guys that can run, and Yusmeiro Petit doing his thing. Dusty Baker stretching out his utility reliever, and here we go.
Yusmeiro Petit, 12 pitches, 7 strikes in that 11th inning. Almora, Baez, Russell, top 12. Almora seeing Yusmeiro Petit for the first time. And it's right in there, 1-1. Albert Almora Jr. 1 for 4 today. A 1-out double in the 7th. But Steven Strasburg finished strongly. Javier Baez flew out. Strasburg struck out Addison Russell. That ended his day. And Petit, that one right off the end of the barrel. And a ball drilled to center. Impressive young player, 2 for 5. It's his 3rd hit of the series. Cubs have had their leadoff man aboard for 2 of the 3 extra innings here.
A fastball that ran back, got some plate. Short, compact swing. We'll see what Joe Madden does with the leadoff man aboard here.
He's got a speedy batter in there, Baez. Almora yet to attempt to steal. Not that gets away. I was going to say not huge stolen base numbers in the minor leagues, 10 this year, but he could just stroll to second as that ball got away, and that's a wild pitch.
Well, that's a huge 90 feet in this ball game. Now, in essence, that single is a leadoff double. And now what do you do with Javier Baez, a guy that's a pull hitter? Do you bunt him right here? And can he bunt? I don't know.
Well, they have the number 8 hitter Russell on deck, and then it's the pitcher's spot. I mean, Jake Arrieta has 8 hits this year. They could end up pinch hitting a pitcher in this spot. As I mentioned earlier, the only bench player they have that they could use 2 batters away is their 3rd catcher, Tim Fedorovich. They got a couple of guys who can hack on that staff. 2-0 pitch. 3-0. And a 3-1 from Petit. Big swing by Baez.
Yeah, I don't think he's trying to move the runner right there.
Not with that swing.
He was trying to move himself.
Wow.
I mean, there was no inside out. I'm going to right. It's the 12th inning. I got to get him to 3rd. That was, I'm getting myself to home too.
This game in some ways played so differently than it used to be. Now a payoff pitch with nobody out.
I mean, even in the 90s, this would be an automatic bunt with a runner on second, nobody out in the 12th. And, you know, when all the home runs were being hit, unless you're a 3 or 4 hitter.
Yeah. I just wonder if that number 9 spot, 2 spots away, is affecting Joe's thinking here.
Probably.
He used Caesar in the 8th, Fowler and Ross in the 9th, Coughlin in the 10th. 3-2, nobody out. And just able to get a piece of it, Baez. Wilson Ramos took a shot on that one.
Yeah, he didn't get any glove on that. That hit him right in the chest protector in the stomach. And Baez did take something out of his swing right here to try to move the runner. And yeah, that did not feel good. Watch where it gets him. Look at the total pitches today.
Ramos. There's one he wishes he would have caught that didn't make it to him.
He's still hurting.
In the 9th.
Still hurting.
3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Not a good at bat by the youngster. 1 out, and the runner still at second. Petit, great time for his first K.
I mean, that's the pitch you have to be looking for if you're Javi Baez. The whole at bat. That's the one you want to hit to second or drive to right field if you're a big swinger guy like he is. But that swing's a little bit late. I mean, that's not. There's stand back and there's that.
There is Tim Fedorovich. Their one position player remaining. Ramos slides to his right to corral ball 1. So Addison Russell 1 for 3 with a walk today, and the count's 1-1.
Teasing that outside part of the plate.
Up the middle. Here comes Taylor. Here comes Almora. Michael A, no chance to throw him out. The hitter is safe at second, and the Cubs are on top again. Their youngsters teaming up for 2 hits here to take the lead.
Yeah, Almora Jr. can fly, even though this ball is hit hard by Addison Russell. I mean, you got to give it a go if you're Michael A. Taylor, but even a good throw doesn't get him right here. Watch. I mean, he is screaming around third base. And a nice read by Russell getting to second base, and the Cubs go ahead 4-3 in the top of the 12th.
And Trevor Cahill will stay in the ball game and hit now. Cahill this year 1 for 3 in his big league career, 17 hits, a 106 batting average with 9 RBIs. Still only 1 out.
Well, it's big to keep it 4-3 and see what happens in the bottom half.
Rendon, Espinosa, and Taylor the due-ups. 7, 8, 9. 0-2 to Cahill. He'll take a fastball up. Two outs. And the rest of the inning is up to Ben Zobrist.
Got a base to work with here, even though you have a lefty and Hayward on deck.
Zobrist a 1-for-4 day, a homer, a walk, then a strikeout, and double play balls in the 8th and the 10th.
Good pitch, good spot.
In the 0-2.
I'm telling you, you think I'm crazy right now, but the way this one is gone, this is a huge out.
Oh, yeah. Now it's back even, 2-2. Outfield straightaway, not too deep. Zobrist stings one. Murphy, backhand side. That'll do it for the top of the 12th, but the rookies, Almora and Russell, team up. It'll be Rendon, Espinosa, and Taylor. Seven, 8, 9 coming up. Anthony Rizzo broke Nats fans' hearts, taking a win away in the top of the ninth, but Wilson Ramos came through to tie it bottom. Stephen Drew earlier, 8th inning, a pinch hit homer, his third, the team's 9th. And now the Nats have to rally again. Trevor Cahill, 12 pitches, 7 strikes to get Zimmerman and Ramos on a strikeout and a grounder, and the Addison Russell base hit the difference.
What do you got left? Let's see.
Anthony Rendon, 1 for 5 career against Cahill. Espinosa, 4 for 10 with a home run.
Good idea. Third baseman by his way back.
And that one hangs up and in.
Do you take right here, or do you bail and wail and try to tie this game up? He wasn't taken.
Nats are facing the pitching staff that has given up the fewest runs and homers in baseball. And the 3-0 is in there.
Get something up, give her a ride. Boy, Anthony has not been seen eye to eye with Bob Davison all day. Remember, he struck out on a low fastball looking last time up, and this one catches the corner. Rendon didn't love it.
Got to be hacking if he sees a heater. Anything close, he does. Ooh, and that one really got the equipment of David Ross. Loud sound off the catcher.
Hey, that had some run back right down the middle. Rendon just underneath it, and that caught David Ross flush. Listen to it. So another big pitch coming. Reload.
You got to be strong and lucky to a certain extent to catch that many years in the big leagues. Rendon fouls another. Rendon caught looking again. He's been thrown out by Bob Davidson. Now the dugout voicing displeasure. Dusty coming out. Dale Scott comes in, arms folded, crew chief.
Well, you should have saw the reaction of the Nats dugout. Zimmerman, Murphy, Harper, Robinson, all almost falling over the rail, arguing the call. They're going nuts. And Bob Davidson's been hearing it from both dugouts today.
Dusty getting his money's worth here. Bear down, I think the last 2 words were.
Absolutely. It's the bottom of the 12th. These guys have been playing for a long time. What do you got on pitch track?
Well, the Cubs broadcasters are calling it a perfect pitch. You hardly ever see that reaction from Anthony.
He didn't say a word, though. That's all he did was throw his arms in the air. I think that's why the dugout went nuts. Maybe not so much by the pitch. He didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. Caught myself there. I almost said exactly what he said.
Danny Espinosa next, and that's well outside.
I mean, he didn't say a thing. Usually you have to say something. Always you have to say something to get thrown out.
Two 2-0 to Espinosa.
Probably the leftover from last time.
Yeah. Espinosa 4 for 10, home run against Cahill, and he gets drilled. Nowhere to go on that. And the tying run's on base with 1 out.
Hey, get on any way you can. The bottom of the 12th, down by 1. Danny Espinosa wearing it. And we'll see if he's off to the races here against Trevor Cahill. If I remember right, he's pretty quick to the plate, but we'll all see together.
Next up, Michael A. Taylor facing Cahill for the first time. Danny Espinosa 2 for 2 this year. Zobrist playing pretty far up the middle. Chris Heisey next. And if this game continues, Heisey got to play somewhere in the field to replace Rendon. Here's Joe Madden with a quick visit.
This is an inspirational speech. This has nothing to do with strategy.
Something like, hey, we've taken the lead twice on the road in this game. Let's put this thing away.
No,
You're the guy.
He gets way deeper than that. He's getting all zen right now out there.
Well, whatever exotic language that was, Trevor Cahill said okay.
Well, I have one of his T-shirts that it says "Try not to suck." Maybe that's what he told him. I don't know.
Adam Warren, Clayton Richard. Their 2 remaining relievers, both warming. So Heisey on deck for the pitcher's spot. 1 on, 1 out. Espinosa running. And Ross can't get a handle. Danny's 3 for 3, and the tying runs at second base.
Here we go again, middle of the round, toe to toe. They score. What are you going to do to answer? Danny Espinosa hit by pitch, ball in the dirt, picked a perfect pitch to go on, and now the tying run. I'm losing my voice in this one. Is on second base.
Nats have stolen 5 bases in this series.
Unbelievable ball game.
2-0 to Taylor. He goes changeup and misses.
Make it be up.
The 3-1 pitch. Breaking ball. Base hit. This game is tied. Taylor thinking about 2. He'll stop. And the Nats have come back again.
Unbelievable.
And Taylor might be running shortly.
If there's been a better game in Major League Baseball than this one this year, please tell me about it. I mean, here they go again. You're thinking it's over for the second time. The Cubs take the lead, and here come the Nats. A hit by pitch, a stolen base, and a hanger that Michael A. Taylor rockets into right field. But Zobrist, no chance. It's hit too hard. And because of the direction, Danny Espinosa scores. Oh my goodness. A game for the ages here at Nats Park today. Unbelievable stuff we're seeing.
So as Heisey's announced, Cahill out of the game. Further into the Cubs bullpen we go.
Against Trevor Cahill. Tying run on second base. Bottom of the 12th. Make it be up. Where is it? It's up. Belt high. Drives it to right center field. Danny Espinosa creeping off second. The hit by pitch. The stolen base. I mean, how good has Danny Espinosa been? How big a hit was that by Michael Taylor? Golf clap by Clint Robinson. And this one has been a classic.
One of the biggest hits of Michael A. Taylor's young career. Chris Heisey gets the call. He's batting for Yusmeiro Petit. And Heisey with a chance to win the ball game as a pinch hitter. And I was kidding him the other day about finally getting a single as a pinch hit. 3 home runs, 1 single, 4 for 14, 3 RBIs.
And fastball, slider, curveball change. Look for Michael A. Taylor to be real aggressive here at first base. See if Warren gives him a chance.
Well, it paid off with Espinosa, didn't it? Taylor did a little scampering and then shut it down after a couple of steps. Adam Warren with a 4.24 ERA. 23 innings, 16 hits. But he's walked 14 batters.
First pitch is not the best pitch to go with a pinch hitter because you know he's coming off the bench hacking. So now 0-1. Yeah. This is a much better situation for Taylor to steal second.
He's holding, pitch way outside.
Pretty quick to the plate.
Heisey, bat held high.
Tell you what, no matter how this one ends, if you're a Nats fan and you don't love this club, I can't help you. I mean, this stuff we're seeing here today, you just don't see the way that they keep picking themselves up off the mat. Dusty Baker has to be proud of this club no matter what. But obviously, he wants a win for that plane ride out west.
Taylor, by the way, 7 for 10 stealing. Not a big lead.
Big lean, though.
Yeah, he's always got that lean to second going on. Still only 1 out in the inning. 1-1 count. Heisey, a swing and a miss, strike 2. April 24th, 16th inning on a long Sunday.
Yeah, that was a long one. He ended it. And he's trying to end it today, but if he doesn't, you might see Bryce Harper playing third base next inning.
1 ball and 2 strikes.
I mean, what else could you do if you're Dusty Baker? Jose Lobaton takes ground balls every day. He hasn't been used. I mean, you could put Chris Heisey at first and Ryan Zimmerman at third. But first things first, cross that bridge when you come to it.
Heisey sees it in the dirt. Ball skipped into the mid of David Ross. So Chris Heisey has the count back even, 2-2. Time given. Whew. But that hasn't been a strike all day.
There's been so many close pitches, though, in this game. I mean, you're flipping coins. Joe Madden's chirping on his side. Dusty Baker chirping on his side. And in Bob Davison's defense, he's been back there a while, and he has to concentrate every single pitch.
Well, a guy at first base who can fly. Is he running with 1 out and a full count? He has lengthened out that lead.
Yeah, you're right. That's huge.
There he goes. Heisey fouls it, and it will get out of play. Just over the dugout.
See, normally on a 3-2 count, you know, you get a decent jump, but you're betting on the hitter putting it in play. Right now, in this situation, Michael Taylor has to get his best jump, and he just did. Just in case it's a strikeout situation to get into scoring position with 2 outs.
Three-two pitch again. Now time given. Taylor on the move. Heisey. Just hooking foul by 3 or 4 feet. And with Taylor on the move, that's a walk-off if it's fair.
That was ball game. And at home, it's hard for us to tell if that's going to be fair or foul. On the road, we can see this initially. And I'm thinking that was fair all the way. It wasn't close, I don't think. But from up here, it looked fair for a long, long time. All right, let's do it again.
Payoff pitch again with 1 out. Long hold. Taylor goes. Heisey out toward left center. Over to get it. Chris Bryant, 2 outs.
Pretty good at bat.
Yep. It's up to Jason Worth now. Worth against Warren, 0 for 2 career.
Chris Bryant was a little casual on that line drive. He acted like it was a can of corn. It kind of had another gear, and he reached over his head to catch it. This thing goes much longer. Dusty Baker's going to celebrate his 68th birthday. You could tell that Michael A. has the green light. He's just trying to get his best jump. And I think you got to go here early. Even if you get thrown out, you got to go.
There he goes. Worth, deep right center. It's going. It's going. It's off the top of the wall. The Nationals win.
Don't get hurt. One of the best games you'll ever see, folks. Two teams at the top of their game, playing as good as you can possibly play, going 12 innings, and the heavyweight fight, at least this one, goes to the Nats 5-4. Unbelievable. And for the second time in the homestand, Jason Worth getting accosted by his teammates. No strangler in sight. I mean, Michael Taylor had a great jump, and you're wondering, is Jason Worth going to take a pitch? Is he going to take a strike for Michael A. Taylor? Forget that. He got a fastball right down the middle, just missed a walk-off jack. But it was good enough to score Michael A. Taylor. You see the camera shaking. A Worthquake to win this one. And once again, Jason Worth gets his jersey ripped off in right field. This team, folks, is unbelievable. A huge, huge win in the regular season, as big as they get. Unreal.
The Nats are back to 16 games over 500. They've beaten the Cubs. It's a 5-1 homestand. And now it's time to fuel up the jet and time to go to the West Coast and keep this thing going.
Happy birthday, Dusty Baker. You'll never forget this game.
All right, Dan, don't get dogpiled. Let's go to Dan with Jason.
Thank you, Bob. Jason, we meet again.
Yeah.
How would you describe what you saw over these last 3 days here at Nationals Park?
Yeah, let's hear it! Yeah! Holy shit. Hey, Coco, we should do this more often.
All right, maybe without the cursing next time.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Jason, what type of fight did your ball club put up today?
Oh, man, what a game, huh? I mean, we came back. They score runs, we score runs. We got a long-ass flight to the West Coast. You guys hang in there on us. I don't know who scheduled the 4 o'clock game, but I'm glad we won.
Jason, you've talked about people maybe criticizing your age coming into this season, and you've said you've had a little bit left in the tank. You're convinced of that. How do you feel just about the way that you're swinging it and what you've been able to accomplish over these last 4 days?
Yeah, those people can kiss my ass.
Thank you, Jason. Bob, we'll go back to you.
Let's hear it.
All good things must come to an end.
He's beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen one of the best games ever at Nationals Park. You've seen a very interesting post-game interview. And now the Nats, on a 5-1 homestand, will head to San Diego, Los Angeles, and Milwaukee. Tomorrow night, it's the Nats and the San Diego Padres behind Tanner Roark. This has been a Masson presentation. So the Nats get a run in the 8th. They get 1 in the 9th to tie it. And after relinquishing the lead again, 2 in the 12th to win it, Jason Worth, the hero. From Nationals Park, it took over 4 hours and worth every second. See you later.